All right. Hello, everybody. And in honor of Virtual Farmer, who's not here, he's on holiday. Hello and welcome along, everybody. Myself, Kermit Ball, aka Kerminator, live here with you. Also with me is Maddie, also known as Cast by Copter. And Copter, it's online tournament or tournament number 4 of season 4. And we're about halfway through the season, and some stories are starting to take shape for sure. And we're starting to figure out how things look like they're going to go.
Yeah, definitely. This season, of course, one of the talking points is always Trelleborg. They have been so far so good, and of course, I guess you said that the how things are shaping this season. So definitely, I guess the story for the end of the season is will Trelleborg go undefeated the whole season?
Yeah.
That is just something that we cannot get around. But definitely, I'm looking forward for the games today. Tournament number 4, just like you said it. The three previous one, they have been an absolute blast. We had a FarmCon event between as well. And now we have the first game, Truck Hill versus Astragon. And do you have any ideas or opinions about that?
Well, I have to say thank you to Astragon because at FarmCon, like you just mentioned, they invited me on stage to play on their team during the show match against Trelleborg. So, Maddie, I too now can say that I've lost to Trelleborg in the Farming Simulator League, like a lot of people can. We'll definitely see if Trelleborg can keep the streak alive. It was awesome to be at FarmCon and meet yourself, and also to meet guys from My Insanity and Trelleborg and Astragon. And also, I got to meet these two guys that you see on screen right now, the German casters, Homer and Steven. We're going to have the introduction video. So if you're new to the FSL or you need a refresher, here's how it works. Welcome to the Farming Simulator Tournament Client Tutorial. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players each. As soon as the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Here, vehicles and machines with specific characteristics and different advantages can be chosen. First, the 2 team captains take turns banning vehicles that are unavailable to either team during the course of the game. In the pick phase, the captains can select a powerful team perk and optionally choose to reserve a harvester and a baler. Following this, all players in turn choose their own tractor and individual player perk. A small challenge during the pick and ban phase is the limited time and points a team can spend. Choose wisely so that you have enough points for each player on your team. For more details on vehicles and perks, check out our stat sheet at fsl.giants-software.com. Before you start into the game, let's take a quick look at the view. The map offers for both teams hilly terrain, 2 separate fields, and a barn and a silo on each side. You can get to your barn via 3 dynamic drawbridges. But be careful, crossing them might be difficult as they are tied to your opposing team's bridges. You can, however, take the safer route over the stone bridge instead. As soon as the game starts, each player sits in their selected tractor in the starting area. Make sure you have a quick look around, as random combines and balers spawn on the pods around the starting area. But only one team can claim each piece of equipment, so be quick or you might miss out. If a team manages to secure all of the combines or balers, the game ends in a rush. Unless the team is well prepared and has secured a vehicle or piece of equipment during the pick and ban phase. So how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than the opposing team. You get points for bales delivered to your barn. To increase the bale value for bales put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt, you have to sell your grain harvested in the field at your team's silo. When doing so, you not only improve your own multiplier and lower your opponent's, but you also influence the speed of the conveyor belt at the barn. But watch out! During the 15 minutes of gameplay, things can change in an instant. Random drops appear at minutes 12, 8, and 4. Each drop can provide your team with a buff or your opponent's team with a debuff, so make sure you choose the drop that best fits your current strategy or goal. Ready to prove your farming prowess in the FSL arena? Then gather your friends and form your team on our website at fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Have fun and happy farming. All right, we're back. Man, I'm looking forward to today's action. We're going to be getting started here soon. Hopefully that explains to you all how the FSL works. So, Maddie, there was a patch after last month's tournament heading into this one. So, this will be the first time that we see these changes in action. So, we should talk about those a little bit. We're going to have the standings here in a moment, but we've had some perks drop in cost. So, under pressure, a player perk has gone from 2 points to 1. Big Haul has gone from 5 points to 4. And Bottleneck, which we've been seeing used a lot this year, has gone up from 1 point to 2. Also, each baler has 200 liters less in capacity as well. So that should mean that it takes less amount of time to fill a baler. So that's some interesting changes. And here we have a look at the standings. You talked about it, Maddie. Let's talk about these changes, though, as the viewers are seeing the standings on screen. What do you expect to see from these changes? Do you think the strategy will change now that you have to think about these points differently?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm very eager to see how they will actually affect. Of course, I'm like hoping that it will definitely bring something new to the game and to the matches. But I'm not completely sure. I think from my point of view, I just want to see how the teams are playing. It's very hard for me to guess or predict how they will be doing it because they can still get the. All of the perks which they want, more or less. They have to make some compromises there, but I still think that I don't think that the changes are so groundbreaking that we see like a huge change in the strategies.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for me, I think, more than anything, the increase in a point and bottleneck,
Yeah.
because we have seen this be, the strategy that teams are really going towards as the season has started to take shape. And it's only 1 point difference, but that might mean that you have to select a different type of tractor that you've not been able, to select. You're not going to be able to select, rather, a tractor that you were using before. We know I've seen a lot of players using those really big tractors at times this year, so maybe you're not going to have enough points for that now. I think you're right. It's not going to be anything major as far as the changes go, but an interesting tweak nonetheless, partway through the season already.
Yeah, I think when we start the game and then we have our picks, of course, and then we'll see, I think that bottleneck is going to be still picked. Maybe we'll see some like minor changes on the end game, kind of like the reflections of the tractor pick, for example, that when they are playing with another one, maybe it's gonna, make some slight changes on the end game. Maybe the players who are kind of like forced to play a different tractor, maybe we'll see some more mistakes. I mean, with a tractor which they have been used to use or something like that. I would definitely love to see like these small things changing on the game.
Yeah, well, and the thing that is interesting is that we're getting started, by the way, now with Truck Hell against Astragon. Here we go. We're going to have the pick and ban phase first. So, under pressure, player perk was lowered, and almost every team is picking this, So you're almost making up a point with that going down from 2 to 1. So maybe you're using that to make up your point difference. It's going to be interesting to see definitely how it plays out. All right, so we've got Truck Hell here, which we've not seen a lot of them on the broadcast this season, but Donner Kyle there on Truck Hell's team, a former member of Team Manitou last season. It's a familiar name for us, and he's actually lives in Germany. He's from America originally, so he was a huge help early on in the days of the English scrims of helping our North American players, like the team from Sim Game Alliance, get settled in and learn how to play the mode and get to know people. So it's good to see these people. And then Astragon, like I mentioned. Maddie, I think you were watching from the stands and filming even
Yeah.
some of my gameplay. I have to say, I thought I did better than I expected, especially using mouse and keyboard. But Maybe you have different thoughts about how it performed for Astragon in that show match at
I was
FarmCon.
watching from the audience, definitely the game. Of course, there was a German commentary, so I wasn't able to, understand quite much of it. But of course, I do understand the gameplay. We had a great time watching it together with Klaas, and I mean, you did well, definitely. I mean, like I said to you yesterday, that if this community thing doesn't work out in the end, you can just always like go on the competitive gaming instead. But of course, you're doing an amazing job with the community, so I don't think that's the case. But but still, definitely was enjoyable to see. I think you did well. Because of course you had a great teammates helping you out a little bit there, but I still think that if I would have been there, I would have been like 10 times more lost, to be honest. So definitely a huge kudos about that to you.
Well, to be fair, they did let me, have the easiest job. I think, anyways. I was like, please just let me harvest and tell me what to do, otherwise, because uh, otherwise I'm gonna make a fool of myself and bring shame to Astragon. No, those guys are great. It was awesome to meet them. Bam Bam, the team captain who was playing in this one. We also have Major Malone and Bauer Matza. I met all three of these guys at FarmCon. Bam Bam always joke he has the best facial hair in the Farming Simulator League, and yeah, he had a pretty epic beard in person too.
Mm.
All right, here we go. The action's underway. Season 4, tournament number 4. First match of the play-ins today as Donner Kyle is hooking up to the John Deere Baylor. Bauer Matza sets off in the New Holland Harvester. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, the first bale, I just love this. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, we have 30 seconds about for the 140 point mark, and I think we saw a pretty good first bale on the FarmCon as well. On one of the show matches there, but yeah, let's see how this is gonna go, because it definitely Major Melon being the one who's gonna be tossing, or at least trying to toss the first bale, and we have the other team. Yeah, it's gonna be Donner Kale, who is already leading quite far away from the barn though, so that's going to take some time to actually get on the bridges, and well, we'll see if that's going to be the safer route. Major Melon's going to be pretty having pretty good pace here, so looking at 138, 139 maybe, to get away from that one. It's going to be not a toss actually, and that's going to take some time, so a little bit less, I would say 133. So it's still a decent start, and they will still take the early lead, as we can see also Donner Kale using the time to kind of like reverse the bale in, and it's going to be 9-point difference, so it's less than a one full bale on the belt. So it's not a huge gap, but it can make a difference definitely. We have seen closer matches than 9 points happening as well.
Yeah, Major Malone, who we see on screen now, Maddie, he actually won the bale stacking challenge that was going on Saturday at FarmCon. Won himself a Noble chair and some other prizes. That was cool to see. So I'm pretty sure it's the New Holland Harvester. By the way, I got to hang out some with the guys from Trelleborg, which was really interesting because, obviously we know that they know what they're talking about when it comes to the FSL, and they told me that when you're going for they're going for that 150 first bale mark, that's the new marker for them now. They said that if you get the New Holland, I believe it was the New Holland, they said, then they're never going to reach it. They're like, if we ever get the New Holland, then it's not possible. Something about how long it takes for that harvester to actually turn over and the engine start, and the time that it takes from when you get in it to when you can set away. So that's something to think about whenever we see that, and we see teams going for those really high-end first bale numbers. It's something I never thought about before, that it even comes down to the harvester that you can get. It comes down to the location that they're in. It's a lot of factors that come into play when you're talking about first bale.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the small details. I mean, because it's a second game. It's just matter of 1 second or less, or well, maybe 2 sometimes. But still, I mean, all the smallest details, like how okay, the axis, how fast you can actually climbing, starting the engine, and all these things, they add up. And we know that if you want to reach for that kind of like the 150 limit or mark, whatever you want to call it, you have to have everything just working perfectly, and it's a matter of milliseconds more or less, because the time runs down. We know that when you do a 1 minute mark, it's about 140, and if you want to do 150, it needs to be less. And I think that the 1 second is it is actually costing more than 1 point. So yeah, definitely, all these things, they make the difference. But it's going to be time for the first drops already, and we can see speed limit being picked by Astragon here. Truck Hull, they will go for the speed limit as well. So both teams, they have picked the same perk, and Belt has been stopped from the Truck Hull side at the same time. So Astragon has been busy putting down the grain with the silo, and now they're going to be, of course, trying to counterfeit the whole situation, and we can see that it's going to be flooded to the silo by Dörner Kale once again.
Yeah, I'm not really sure like what to expect from these two. I mean, Astragon has been one of those mainstays within the league. They're in eighth place coming in to this event, so you would have to say, just going off of the numbers, Astragon would have to be favored here. Truck held not yet on the circuit points board yet this season. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing, Maddie, this season so far, and the fact that we already have a significant amount of teams who have circuit points. Yes, Trelleborg's won all three tournaments so far coming into this weekend, but we also have, 13 teams with circuit points already. So that means that at this point, really, we only need to get 3 teams that don't have circuit points yet, and then we're going to have a field of 16 in the standings. And if you're in the top 16, you make it into the finals of the World Championships, which is it's an important thing. Last season, we only had 15 teams with points, and then we had to have a playoff tournament for that last spot. As we see Donner Kyle hooking up to the Baylor again here. So it's cool to see some new faces too, like Team Charlie and Sim Game Alliance on the leaderboard. Fermier's Flamboyant B is actually on the leaderboard still too. I think that was the first tournament that they got points. The main team for Fermier's Flamboyance is second in the overall standings behind Trelleborg at this point, and they've had a really good season. One of those teams that we've definitely been surprised by. So yeah, it's awesome to see a little bit more parity and teams that are, making it into the Sunday event of these tournaments.
Yeah, and it's a sign of a healthy scene as well when you have so many new teams coming in, joining, and also getting the results. So that's always a good thing, not just from the grand finals point of view, but for the whole scene. That when you have teams who are kind of coming and succeeding, it's going to give an example for the others. Hey, we can do it as well, and then hopefully we'll get some more teams for the next tournament once again. And of course, I mean, maybe we'll need to come up with some new tricks. I mean, for the last tournament, I tried to lure new teams coming in by wearing the rosy costume. And like I said on the chat, we do have some backstage footage, but I think it's going to stay forever locked in some kind of safe box, I hope. But yeah, you never know what's going to come on the social media at some stage. And we can see some slight issues for Job Call, actually. That one bale on the middle, it's not the easiest one, so you have to raise the fork a little bit. But yeah, he will realize the situation, and yeah, I mean, it looks good. It's a little bit strange. I mean, those 3 bales, they look like a Minecraft character to me. But yeah, he's going to get it on the belt.
Oh, man. I gave the fans what they wanted and got stuck on the bridge. I'm surprised Jeff Call didn't do the same. I thought that's how you're supposed to play in the FSL. Maybe I'm wrong. No, at the show match with Astragon, I did get stuck on the bridge. I'm not afraid to admit it. But as a caster, from my point of view, Maddie, that's what the fans want to see. They want to see these teams doing funny things. So, I just pleased the fans at FarmCon. I gave them what they wanted. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, I definitely saw that you got everything out of that situation. But yeah, it was definitely fun. You need to have these moments, especially when you have like a live audience and at FarmCon. So it was definitely a good moment for the whole event. So definitely no need to worry about that. The only problem with FarmCon was that I got so much swag that I didn't know how to actually get it back to Finland, because I had a limited amount of luggage space. And
right.
When I get back to my hotel, my wife was like, "There's no way you're gonna actually put all that on the luggage." I was like, "Yep, hold my drink." And then I did the magic tricks to my luggage, and I managed to get all in. But it was a very close call. I mean, the back was so full. But yeah.
I had to do the same thing, and had quite a bit more to go than you as far as distance, and I was worried as well. Like I also came back with 3 Giants polo shirts that have been a long time coming. I've been working for the company for over a year now, and finally able to rock the company logo on a polo shirt, which is nice when you need to get dressed up for things. Just a little bit dressed up. So Truckell in the lead by 50 points at the moment. We are under just about to hit the 6 minute mark, so this is when the round is going to start taking shape as Matza has 3 bales on the belt already, and he's going to put 2 more on. And Astragon at the moment has control of the multiplier at 2.3 to 1.7, so Astragon now into the lead and looking pretty good with just under 6 to go.
Yeah, it's pretty tight situation. I mean, Astragon, they have more, actually less bales currently, and Truckle has been putting a couple on the belts as well, so 206 for them. We can see now the points coming in, so now they have about 65 points lead for Astragon. And I mean, when you get like 17 points per bale for Truckle, so you have to do more work. We can see a lot of people actually right next to the belt. They do have some bales on the scene as well, but unfortunately, one is it's gonna drop down from that belt, and yeah, but those are getting in, so they are, slightly closing the gap. So at this stage, it's very hard to tell like what's going to happen. We still do have the one of the drops coming in as well, the super drop, and we'll see if that's going to be affecting anything. But I mean, if both teams are like you're doing the work on the field, not making mistakes when they are stacking the bales, it should be a pretty even fight, even while Astragon has that advantage from the multiplier.
Well, Major Malone is going to miss that one. Not sure what happened there. Maybe he wanted to drop those, but that was interesting. Put one in the bottom maybe to just stop a combo and then didn't want the others to be wasted into the bottom. If you're new to the FSL, remember that any time other than the first bale, which is all about speed, we talked about that at the beginning of the round, you want to try to get your bales into the top of the barn, because in the bottom after the first bale, you get 10 points per bale. And if you put them into the top, you're getting 10 points multiplied by your current multiplier. So for Astragon, Bauer Matzo right now, they would be getting 23 points per bale for bales put into the top of the barn, whereas Truckell will be getting 17 points per. So you don't want to put them in the bottom unless you need to stop a combo or there's a super drop like bottom boost, for example. Speaking of super drops, our first one of the day is Lord Baylor for 2 bales. So Lord Baylor just instantly scores bales as Donner Kyle picks it up for Truckell, and that's a good moment for them as they're in the lead now by nearly 100 points.
Yeah, I mean, Astragon was also trying to go for it, and the camera angle actually showed us the Astragon player approaching the drop, but then Truckell just came from the side immediately and snatched it from the front of Astragon. So good job on that.
Oh,
no. That's a close call. So what is this? The safer route?
Yeah, if you will. The Bridge of Doom, the Bridge of Death, whatever you prefer. It has claimed some victims this season, but, is it safer? Arguable. Well, it's debatable. We've got ourselves a close match with 3 minutes to go here, Copter. It's hard to predict, really. I think the thing that is going to win it in the end is the amount of points per bale that Astragon are scoring. So I think Truckell's only hope is if they play a clean end to the round and Astragon has some mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be close, definitely. But yeah, Astragon, they have the advantage. So maybe if there would be a slight mistake from the Astragon side, that could change things. But it's always hard to call. I mean, still it's 6 points per bale. So basically, when Astragon is putting 3 bales in, they get the same amount of points as Truckle from 4 bales, more or less. We can see 1 bale dropping from the belt. That is not good news for Truckle because they anyways need to get those points quite fast. And they have started the kind of like the stacking operation. They are still above 4 or 5 bales next to the belt, which Jupcall can use here, and definitely the teammates, they need to bring some more bales on this area if they want to like keep that streak going in. But Astragon, of course, they're closing the gap and just doing the same work. We can see plenty of bales, 5 coming in, so that's gonna make sure that Batse Mauer doesn't have. I mean, he's not running out of bales, so he still has something to put on the belt, and that is a sign of a good logistics.
Yeah, and I think the Astragon benefiting here by having Bam Bam and not me in their lineup for sure, playing a lot smoother and cleaner game than they did when they invited me to take part. Matza is just sticking at the barn and stacking bales. And the difference right now, too, not only the multiplier, but as you were mentioning, we've been watching Truckel a little bit messy on their stacking. Some bales are falling off the belt. That one looks good from jump call, but this one's going to be a little bit crooked. Meanwhile, though, Matzo over there is playing a pretty perfect stacking game at
Yeah,
the moment.
it looks very complicated for Trucker at the moment. As you said, great stacking from Astragon's side of things. They have all the bales, so I mean, only a mistake can snatch away from the victory from the first game of the day from Astragon, to be honest. I mean, yes, Truckhill is doing the work they need, but yeah, like you said, the multiplier is not on their side, so it's very hard,
Oh, and there goes
especially
one
when you
again.
have bales dropping from the belt. So it's very hard to close that anymore at this stage. 30 seconds to go, and the lead is already 160, 170 points. And yeah, coming back from that is, I would say, next to impossible at this stage anymore. But of course, we just have to wait until the clock is going to run out. It's not over until the lady sings, as they call. And Jaspi, that's the second time already when he's having
Oh.
slight issues. So maybe he has been watching Fast and Furious yesterday.
Yeah, he's definitely going really fast over that stone bridge. And it hasn't fully backfired yet, but it very well could if he's not careful. So Astragon takes the first of the best of three here, our first match of the play-ins today. Remember, we're going to have three other matchups still to come, but it is best of three. So if Astragon come back and win the second round, then we're moving on. If Truckhell can win the second round, we'll go to the third of the best of three. That was interesting, Maddie, because with about 2 minutes ago, it was really close there. And then by the time it was all said and done, Astragon looked like they were comfortable.
Yeah, and you said it like a couple of minutes before the end. You said that it's going to come down to the multiplier, and these teams they actually had exactly same amount of delivered bales, like all the stats. They had the exactly same stats. So the multiplier was the factor which did change the points, and of course the first bale as well. But yeah, definitely, Astragon did a great job with the multiplier. They kept the 2.3 all the way till the end, and that is what gave them, in a way, the victory in the end.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see as well. Like I didn't know what to expect with those two teams. I think that it's kind of taking shape now, but we talked a bit before the match, Maddie, about the changes that were made to the client, and I don't know if they're gonna have much impact. I guess we'll see as this weekend continues to develop what's gonna happen, but it was definitely a good performance by Astragon in that first round. Business as usual. Later on, we're going to have Mind Sanity versus Agrol, and then I think it has to be said as the match of the day. We'll have Trelleborg versus Vulture later on. One of those teams will not make it to tomorrow's finals. So that's a pretty big moment in this weekend. And then we'll finish it off with Farming Friends versus Power Team Esport. And Power Team Esport, one of those teams in eighth place, tied with the likes of Astragon and others at the bottom of the circuit points. They've been able to make it into the quarterfinals one weekend, so they're on the board. But along with Vermeer's Flamboyance, two French teams that are in the circuit points and the game, the Farming Simulator League, we talk about it growing all the time, and it's definitely growing in France. We've had a lot of practice done there. Their minister of agriculture as well, like, got involved and organized like a tournament within France, from what I understand, which is really interesting. But it's becoming more and more international, the Farming Simulator League.
Yeah, I mean the one thing that I have to mention, maybe it's a bit out of topic, but the truck held the picture. I mean, they have these black shirts, and if you have seen the movie Minions, there's this Gru figure. So
Yeah.
I think it's like a three Grus on that team, to be honest. I mean, based on the outfit which they are wearing. Yeah, I don't know why. Don't blame me, but well, okay, you need to blame me, nobody else, about that comment. But that's just first thing that comes to my mind when I'm watching that picture, to be honest.
That's great. Oh, man. Well, okay, we've got the Manitou telehandler banned. That probably means Astragon will ban the Massey Ferguson here in a moment. We've got two narrow tire tractors banned by Astragon, yeah, Truck Hell rather, will be picking here last. I would assume it's going to be the other telehandler. It doesn't usually make sense to ban one of those if you're not going to ban both of them. There it is. Okay. So now the captain pick phase. This is where the captain picks a team perk and can optionally choose to reserve a harvester and baler. Those teams have done both here. Still seeing bottleneck used quite a bit, and ideal harvester reserved, and a little bit different choice on the baler. We got New Holland for Truck Hell and the Case Baler for Astragon, but those are two really good balers in the Farming Simulator League. Bam Bam goes with Under Pressure. We're into the player pick phase now. It starts with the captains again. Under Pressure will allow Bam Bam to press straw or press bales for less amount of straw, and the cost has gone down by a point now, so definitely teams should be picking this. Jump Kyle's gone with the runner perk, which allows him to run fast on foot. That's helpful to run for drops and such. Matza has the same. So pretty similar setup here across the board.
I don't really see much of a change, to be honest. I mean, bottleneck is still definitely going to be favored here. I'm just wondering they should have added that pancake drop we were talking about, or the pancake perk. It could be as well, and then we would have a real change on the gameplay. But I mean, I think it's fair because when you change the rules in the middle of a season, you can't do that big changes, to be honest. It's very tricky, so you can only do minor tweaks, otherwise kind of like that would ruin the whole season maybe for somebody. So I think it's pretty fair that the changes are small and they're not having a huge impact on the gameplay, but still, something is done, so there's something to wait for. And I think it's in a way a good change that it's not so big, because then in a way the teams will be practicing and putting a lot of effort. The work which they have done, it is not wasted. So I think it's definitely a good thing. Now we have the run for the first bale, and we had a 133 on the first game, as far as I remember, for Faster Gun, and 124 from Truck Hell. So we'll see if there will be any improvements happening. So we can see Power Matze going for to get in some grain, and let's see, Job Call's gonna start harvesting as well. It's Major Melon is actually pretty well on time, and then actually pretty close to the barn as well. This could be a good one. It's not gonna be a 140 something, but it should be about a 135 at its best, depending how well the actual delivery is gonna go.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Truck Hell, they were disrupted because Major Malone stole this John Deere baler from Donner Kyle. So they're going to jump out ahead here. Although, he nearly missed. 136, though. But yeah, something happened, and Truck Hell have been kind of thrown off their game, and they're going to be well behind here on the first bale, I think.
Well, I said it's going to be more than 135, so
you were
I'm going
right.
to keep my word. I guess the calculator is still working for me. We can see Donor Kyle getting here a little bit later. It's going to be less than 120, actually, as far as I know. And that's going to be more than a one bale difference. It's actually like 1.5 bales, the difference. And this is not a great starting setup. We saw that on the previous game. They had exactly the same amount of bales delivered on the low and the high as well. So completely same stats. We saw the multiplier going for the Astragon's way. And now if you have to cover like 1.5 bales as well on the actual gameplay later on, I mean, they need to have something. They need to get the multiplier working their way. I think they might want to change how they use the grain. They used it like very early on the last game, and Astragon, for Astragon, it was quite easy to actually counterfeit that situation because they kind of like showed the cards so early. And that was like even before Astragon even like tried to deliver the bale. So there was like no harm from that early grain delivery to Astragon's side at all. So they need to come up with something else.
Interesting now, seeing both Bam Bam and Matza here harvesting away, and look at this teamwork by Astragon, all three of them in the same camera shot at the moment, and you would imagine that once Matza is done emptying his harvester that Bam Bam is going to do the same. I loved the disruption that happened at the beginning of the round. I think anyways that was a planned move by Major Malone, because we saw Donner Kyle go for the John Deere baler at the beginning of the first round, and he was unchallenged for it. And then he went for it again, and they were pretty close together there, but Major Malone made the better approach to it. And that's really just kind of thrown Truck Hell off here in a must-win game for them. Our 12th minute drops have shown up within the barn area. We've got bridges lowered and speed limit. This is not really an ideal location for a drop, but both teams have the runner perk, and in fact, Matza is using it here to stop his harvester nearby and run over and grab speed limit. I would imagine that Truck Help might do the same with Jump Kyle. If they don't, then they're already behind again here. Meanwhile, the multiplier has gone 3-1, maxed out for Astragon.
Yeah, it's. I mean, in the last game, they also both teams they did pick their speed limit as the first drops. Job call. I mean,
oh, he's stuck.
having some issues getting over the fence. I was like, who is that guy lurking behind the billboards there? But in the end, Job call just managed to jump over it. We are lucky that this is not a festival area because I mean those guys they shouldn't be getting on that side that easily from the fences. But yeah, we can see Truck Hull now just unloading and trying to balance out the multiplier. Both teams are actually I mean we can see Truck Hull unloading it, and we can see Astragon even collecting more at the same time. 2.0 for both, so it's tied. No major changes there for now, but there's still plenty of time and. I think we are seeing kind of like the grain delivers a little bit earlier than usually. I mean, usually teams are collecting it, waiting for the 8-minute mark when we have the drops coming in, and then seeing if there's something, or maybe using it just before or a little bit after, depending if they want to wait for the drop or try to play with the luck by getting, let's say, for example, grain multiplier. So I think we are seeing a way more earlier grain usage currently.
Yeah, I don't know if that's maybe down to the fact that the harvesters were all increased in their working speed this season or not, but most teams are delivering grain twice in a round even at times, and if you're not prepared to do that as well, you're not going to be able to control that multiplier. So it's definitely one of those interesting things as the season continues to take shape that you start to notice these little nuances like that and things that are going on. Donner Kyle now getting to the bailing for Truck Hell, and still only the first bail point scored. A long way to go still, 9 minutes, 20 seconds. But Truck Hell has to win this one. Gonna be interesting.
I'm not gonna lie. And we see these small changes now here, so I can't help but to think like what's going to happen at the Trelleborg game, because every time they want to introduce something new, and now we have these slight changes, so I'm just wondering what they have been like coming up with these small changes, like what kind of a gameplay do we see from them this time. But yeah, that's a couple matches away, so we'll be seeing them on the third game of the day versus Valtra, but yeah, it's not yet. And regarding the whole show match at the FarmCon, I was wondering like, so how well would you do, Kermit, if you would be playing with Trelleborg?
If I was on Trelleborg's team, is that what you're saying? Well,
yeah, I mean,
I think I'd be like 8th choice in their roster or whatever at this point.
Yeah, I think we need a show match from that as well. Maybe the last tournament when Trelleborg has basically like almost like conquered everything, they could just take you as a substitute player, and then we could with Alex cast you playing for Trelleborg, and then we'll see if they would still win a tournament if you would be on the roster.
Yeah, well, they would be disqualified right away, and I would get reprimanded, if not fired.
Damn.
Those are the logistics. A show match, though, that's up to Trelleborg. I got to meet the guys. They're funny guys. They know how to have a good time. They were always hanging out in the hotel lobby after the event was done, and yeah, the Borg. I kept calling them. They seemed to be having a good time at FarmCon. It was nice to meet them and get to know them a bit more. JK, kind of the leader of the team, if you will, actually sent me a little bit of information about their team this weekend. I'll share later on in the broadcast when they are when they're playing. For now, we've got Astragon against Truck Hell. Truck Hell is into the lead right now. Both teams picked up grain multiplier in the 8th minute drop. Looks like it's both at 1.5, so it's going to be interesting to see as Astragon's delivering grain here. They're about to run out, but here comes Major Malone with some more in the Ideal Harvester. So this is going to mean with the Ideal coming in that Astragon are going to have the advantage here. And in fact, they can get this in. They still have plenty of time to get that grain in with the grain multiplier. So they're looking really good at the moment.
Yeah, they will definitely get the multiplier working their way, and once again, Truckhill will find themselves in a similar situation as they did on the previous match. That they will have to work. This time they still have the kind of like the early lead, but how long that's going to last, that is the question. And I think Truckhill would be well smart to start to putting the bales ASAP in. But now it's already a pretty bad situation for them, to be honest. I mean, it's 1.5 for them, 1.4. And they have no grain at all. So they're I mean, that is hard. That is really hard for them because they don't have the grain that they can actually fix the multiplier anymore at this stage. And yeah, they are leading with 60 points currently. But we know how well Astragon can stack them. We saw Truckhill doing some slight mistakes on the belt as well. And I would say that they didn't have the same speed when they were putting the bales on the belt, so that is definitely a challenge. But now they are still getting some in, and of course, trying to gain more lead. But when we have a look on the stats, that the Astragon has more bales, and now they will start moving them next to the belt, and then they'll the stackers gonna start doing the hard work of getting them on the belt. The situation is gonna change very fast.
Yeah, not a good position for Truckhill to be in because in the first round previously we saw them with a disadvantage of 2.3 to 1.7, and now it's even worse, 2.6 to 1.4. So they are getting 12 less points per bale put into the top of the barn, and I'm not sure that even a super drop in a minute would be able to save them at this rate. That was one of those moments where it shows that it's not good enough to just grab a drop. You have to be ready to take advantage of the drop that you're picking up. And Astragon did that by bringing in their grain right away, and then Major Malone bringing some more in the back of the ideal. And they are going to control this multiplier now, and barring some massive errors, Astragon should be moving on.
Yeah, I mean, Truckhill, they have the belt is faster. It's about 3 times faster than the Astragon's belt currently. So if they manage to get all the bales there and just keep pressing the bales and bringing them next to the belt, and then they do like no mistakes with the stacking, maybe, just maybe there's a chance. But I mean, Astragon, even though the belt is like very slow, if they just put them there, there's still plenty of time, 4 minutes. So yeah, it's a hard situation. We can see Matse, there's already 2 bales. That's the third one. That's 70 something points already coming from those bales, almost 80, and that is hard. And it's a bale withering, so that's not going to change the situation like hugely, to be honest. It's nothing that Truckhill can use as the as a solution for the problem, and they don't even get it.
Yeah, they didn't even make an attempt to get it because I think that it would have been pointless for them at this moment of the game. Major Malone making matters worse for them by grabbing it. It was only 1 bale for bale withering, but yeah, they need about like 20 extra bales right now that they just don't have. Jasby flying over the stone bridge again. Yeah, 3 minutes 20 to go, and like anything can still happen. So let's not just say that Astragon are going to win this thing right now, but they're looking good for the victory, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the logistics are just working. We can see Major Melon just delivering. There's going to be 3 more bales. They have a guy on duty next to the belt, so it is looking good. But of course, I mean, things can change. We still have almost 3 minutes time remaining. One of these small mistakes, like guy dropping to the river, for example. If you make a mistake like that, that's going to cost some time, and it can cost a victory as well. But those 26 points per bale, that's a lot of points, to be honest, when you compare to the 14 which Truckhill is getting it. And yeah, it is hard. And I mean, what I can see from here is that Astragon is like all the time just delivering the bales. And on Truckhill's side, yeah, there's some bales going in, at some times, but it is not as busy as Astragon's belt currently.
Yeah, Truckhill need to find a little bit of hope here, a little bit of luck maybe. Be able to pull this off and force the third of the best of 3. There we have it. Yos modding in chat. Hey, Yos, coming in with the pancake talk. It really is the Farming Simulator League now. Pancake talk has begun.
I'm just wondering if Alex actually is having a pancakes on his location. right now because we don't see
Oh,
him on
man.
the chat or anything like that. So I'm just wondering like how well he's off the radar.
Yeah, yeah. I'm actually disappointed that Yoss talked so much about pancakes, and then I saw him at TwitchCon and FarmCon. Never got any pancakes from the guy. Uh, I thought he had a reputation to uphold, like you did wearing the rosy head, but
Mm.
yeah, no pancakes.
I
He did,
mean,
though, send me a list after I moved to the area where the U.S. office is in. He sent me a list just in my DMs the other day of like, here's the best spots for pancakes in the Chicago area.
if I would be the pancake guy, I would have came to FarmCon with pancakes, on my back. Here's, some kind of like a thermal bag. I would have the pancakes for you and just, to kind of like live with the reputation. So, Josh, you have to up your game.
Oh, there you go, getting called out live on the broadcast. So Astragon right now ahead by 150, nearly 160 points. So looking pretty good with 40 seconds to go. Matza stacking 2 more up on the belt as well. And yeah, for Truck Hell, just they didn't exactly play like a bad game. They
Yeah.
just had the multiplier against them. Those moments that were costly. Also, like the first bail in this round, they were behind pretty significantly from the start. And for Astragon, what a clean set of rounds they've played. I don't think I've really seen them put a foot wrong in these 2 games. As I say that, commentators curse. I think that's intentional, those oops. I think someone's intentionally driving into the moat or goofing off knowing that they've won and moved on. But yeah, Astragon moving on to round 2. And they're going to play they're going to play Firmir's Flamboyance now. It won't be broadcast, but that's one of the first matches of round 2 will now be Astragon moving on to play Firmir's Flamboyance. So one of these 2 teams between Firmir's and Astragon will not move on. Firmir's second in the overall standings, and Astragon coming into this weekend are 8th. So one of the top 8 teams not going to be earning any more circuit points this weekend. It'll be interesting if Astragon can win that one and knock Firmir's Flamboyance on. Trelleborg might be Astragon's biggest fans if that were to happen.
I think this series was, we saw that on the first game, they were completely tied with the amount of bales delivered. Here, actually, Truck Hells won the delivered bales 36-29. So that just, makes the point clear that the multiplier was an issue. And it was an issue in the both games. I think this is the first series for a while where it's like very easy to say that the multiplier was the main reason and the grain game was different. We see these games that, yes, somebody has a multiplier, but still in the end, the matches are pretty close. But these 2 games are very clear about the multiplier and about the grain game.
Yeah, it's good to see that because there was times last season where like we saw teams focusing on combo points more with Transport Company when it was still in play as a team perk. So the multiplier didn't have much of an effect. So it's good to see that kind of taking importance again in the FSL. All right, we're going to have a break. We'll be back with My Insanity versus Agrol in just a moment.
Everything about you calling out to me, I got to own. Yeah. Everything about you calling out to me, I got to own. Yeah.
And we are back. And just waiting for the second game to start. So we had the first game, and now we do have the next match coming up, and that's going to be My Insanity versus Agrol, as far as I can see from the stats.
Correct.
But the picture actually is not reflecting into it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly who we're going to have coming up. We're going to have Trelleborg versus Vultra. Following that, Farming Friends versus Power Team Esport to finish us off today. So yeah, it was an interesting start. We saw Astragon play, a couple of smooth games. We're going to have the replays from that one first. I'm still trying to figure out like how this weekend is going to shape up. The changes that we mentioned at the beginning to the client have been pretty minimal. I think there's not going to be too much to talk about there. But a good showing by Astragon, who moves on to play Firmir's Flamboyance. There's of course a lot of games, Maddie, today taking place off stream as well, and we see some familiar names in there. We see some new names as well. Sim Game Alliance, who last time around made it into the quarterfinals, and they're on the circuit leaderboard. They'll play Team TBR, and hopefully for Team TBR, they'll be able to play their match this month. Last month, they were unable to play. Not sure exactly what the reason was, but they had to forfeit. And then we've got, it looks like we have a Polish team playing Cortiva off stream later as well. It's a name that I've not really seen as far as teams before, so it's good to see these new teams coming in.
Yep, definitely new teams is something what the scene always needs, and that is always a chance to grow for new people when they get to play versus the more established teams, and maybe they will. I mean, they're probably happy watching the broadcast and some of the VODs as well, and how they actually get to play versus the other ones. So definitely interesting to see how they will be performing. And of course, even though we might not be seeing them, we will hopefully see them on the final day tomorrow if they actually make it that far.
Here are the highlights now from our first matchup, Truck Hell against Astragon. And yeah, Truck Hell didn't necessarily play a bad game, but they were definitely a lot more shaky in the key moments than Astragon, where Astragon played pretty strong through those two games. This is the first round where Truck Hell actually did get the super drop, and they were ahead for a while there. Jaspy loved taking risks on the safer route. But it was interesting that these rounds would look close, but then when it got down to the last 2 minutes, Astragon were pulling, pretty well ahead in the end. Here we see the beginning of the second round, and this is the first disruption. Matza gets to the Harvester, and then this one, Major Malone beating Donner Kyle to the Baylor as well. So just a few shaky moments. There's Donner Kyle missing the mark on grabbing the Baylor as well.
Yeah, on the first game, I think we saw more mistakes. This is something we didn't actually see on the broadcast. The jump call, he can definitely make things more dangerous on the safer route, but yeah, he can also show some skills on the other bridge. Just be, I mean, we saw these jumps happening a couple times on the past as well, and that's a very, very nice, well, I would say cutting a corner, but still like, staying on their feet and not just flipping the tractor. But yeah, I mean, we said it already. The first game was, or the first match was more about the multipliers, and I think there was definitely more mistakes on the first game of the series from the Truck Hell side of things. On the second game, they were, like I said, they were beating up on the bales delivered, but the belt was just 2 less points from getting from the upper doors of the barn, unfortunately. And yeah, the grain game was definitely a key factor here. And I'm just wondering, do you see Kermit like anything on these points which has been adjusted now that could be a factor that leads up those teams like playing more with the grain?
I don't think so. No, really. I think it's just it's becoming more and more important to match your opponent and bail count, but if you don't also match them at least in the multiplier, you're going to be in trouble. So, yeah, I mean, it's funny when you think about when you tell someone like what the farming
Oh,
simulator league is. Oh, like we're getting Trelleborg versus Valtra here apparently.
okay.
I thought that maybe the next one was going to be My Insanity versus Agral going by our schedule, but we've gone straight into Trelleborg versus Valtra. So, okay, well, we all of a sudden have been thrown a curveball. This is going to be the biggest matchup you're going to see on the broadcast today. Of course, we've talked about Trelleborg a lot. They are top of the standings. Valtra coming in though are fourth in the standings, Maddie,
Mm,
and so that means one of the top four teams is not going to get any more circuit points this weekend. And if Valtra can pull off the win here, that would be huge. That would be the
yeah.
biggest moment of season 4.
Yeah, I'm not going to complain about this lineup. So we knew that it's going to be coming at some stage, but having it as a second match, I'm not going to complain at all. So now we'll see. I mean, we're guessing already wondering on the last game, like how Trelleborg wants to play with these new adjusted points, and now we're actually seeing it. So the bans are coming in. That is nothing that special, to be honest. And let's get the last one. So we can see Lindner, Massey, and Fend, and John Deere being banned, and then we'll get to the pick phase where we actually get to use those points, and then we'll see if there will be anything. But do you think that they will still take the bottleneck?
So I would like to go to my news now that I've been given by JK from Trelleborg. So you'll notice JK is not playing today. And it's interesting because Trelleborg are even stronger this season because they've picked up Martin, who formerly was part of Team Vulture last season, who they're playing against here. So Martin now on Trelleborg, and all of these players can pretty much interchange, and you don't see a whole lot of a drop, if any at all, in quality. But the news that I got from JK is that Martin, who is playing today, is actually on vacation and playing Saturday's event. But Martin is only going to be playing today. And meanwhile, JK is busy with work today in real life. So JK should be back tomorrow. Martin will be gone tomorrow if they move on. They have to make it there first.
Yeah.
We're going to see how it plays out here in a minute. But yeah, bottleneck still being, chosen as the preferred perk. We're seeing the same player perks being picked in every game so far as well, with Under Pressure, Archimedes plus, and Runner. Yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah, no huge changes there though. So now we just have to wait and see. I mean, if Walter can beat Trelleborg, that would be huge, like you said it. But I mean, we have seen the previous face-off, and Trelleborg has been winning. I mean, they haven't lost a single series so far. They have, I think, they have lost one or two, like individual matches from a series, but they haven't lost a complete series. So let's see if, I mean, there has been a bit of time, like a summer holiday for some people. They might have been practicing, meanwhile doing it. Dake running to the billboard at the start. It's not a great news straight for the start. But yeah, we can see definitely both Trelleborg and Valtra going for the New Holland, and it's going to be Trelleborg who's going to get that one. So we can see that Anton just needs to withdraw from that situation. And I mean, we spoke about the goals for the Borg about the first bale, and you said something about 150 points, and so that is kind of like the benchmark currently, and now we'll see if they actually can do it. They have a couple tries on this game. We can see Wooler already just harvesting. We can see Martin just getting there and collecting the grain, pressing the bales, and it's not going to be too far away when he's going to be disengaging behind Wooler and heading towards the barn, and there we go. He's pretty close, but it's going to be close enough. Let's see, 5 seconds about still remaining, and it should be getting close. 140 something, but no, it's going to miss the toss, unfortunately. It would have been a great first bale, but now they will need to come back and collect the remains and try to somehow shove it inside. But luckily, I mean, the angle is pretty decent to actually get it inside. It's going to be still 128, and they are still taking the lead.
Yeah, I mean, you got to appreciate the risk that Martin took there because I know they want to get 150 so badly, but he easily could have, played it safer and ended up with, 140 or so in points. Still a 12 point lead, but good news for Vulture is that Martin missed the mark and they're only behind by less than one bale now. At the beginning of the round, it's really cool. I think in the Farming Simulator League, Maddie, that like the first bale is that first moment at the very beginning of a round where you want to try to score a lot of points, and it's all based on speed. And you don't think about it because there's then another 14 minutes to go. But oftentimes, when it comes down to the slimmest of margins, that first bale could be the difference once 14 minutes are up.
I'm just wondering that if, I'm not going to say, but if Trelleborg would, let's say, lose the game, that they will lose the first one of the series. Do you think that it would change their strategies to a more safer ones? Because we see them taking like risks from time to time. With the first bales, we'll see all
Right.
these like trick shots with the telehandler and stuff like that. So do you think that if Vulture would win the first game of the series, do you think that Trelleborg would actually change something, to play it more safe? Or do you think that they are just so good that they're trusting on the fact that they can still win it even if they take a bit of risks?
I think the reason that they are good is because they're willing to take risks in the moments that they can afford to, but they also know when to play it smart and how to adapt. We've seen them lose rounds this season so far. We've not yet seen them lose a match, Maddie. So I think that there's no one better in the Farming Simulator League at losing a game and then bouncing back from it and playing even stronger than Trelleborg. And I think that's part of what sets them apart from the competition is that they are very adaptable. They know how to react to every situation. They're prepared for anything to happen. As we see Martin from Trelleborg now delivering grain and increasing that multiplier. Here comes Vultra and Surin, meanwhile, though, to even things out.
Yeah. Let's see. They at Trelleborg, they have been already putting some grain in. We can see Vulture having more of it. So I think we're going to be ending up with a quite even multiplier at this stage because we don't see any secondary vehicles coming in there yet. And I'm kind of like hoping that we have a series where we actually have a pretty tight situation with the multiplier all the way on the game, and then it would come to a different factors than on the previous match to kind of like win the game or the series. But yeah, let's just wait for it. It's going to be 2.0 for both, so it's exactly equal for the moment. They are collecting some more. And we can see Anton Søren just parking it. Well, not parking, but just placing the vehicle right next to it. And they will definitely collect some more, and they have plenty of time to do so. I mean, usually around the 8-minute mark, people are like starting to do more with the grain, and now the teams are just getting ready for it. We see 0 bales. Okay, now 1 bale for Trelleborg as we speak, but still 0 bales being delivered and 0 bales being pressed. So they are more focusing on the grain. And I love to see how well these guys are actually driving on the fields because he's certain he's just like like a skiing between the harvesters and collecting it. So he's just almost like a dancing on the field. But it's not a dirty dancing. That's a movie. It's not the game. And now we can see bales coming in.
You with the movie references always.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually amazed at FarmCon when I went to the desk where you had all those nice shirts and stuff like that on the sale. There were so many like a Star Wars, references and stuff like that. So I think it's completely appropriate to come up with the movie quotes on these situations because I think it's I think it's great when people can actually meet the movie culture and the video games in a way.
I agree. We've got 9.5 to go here, and these two teams, like I said, top 4 of the standings coming into the weekend. Vultura on 100 circuit points, and Trelleborg on 270. They have a 100-point lead over Vermeer's Flamboyance, who are second. Trelleborg has won all 3 tournaments so far this season, and Vultura has had 3 third place finishes. They've made it to the semifinals basically and picked up 50 points each time. So that's how both teams have kind of had their season play out. This would be a huge moment if Valtra can win. It would send shockwaves through the Farming Simulator League community because that would mean we would have a new winner of a tournament for the first time this season. But there's a long way to go and a lot of good, strong gameplay from Valtra to come before that's going to become a reality.
Yeah, meanwhile, as we are closing the 8-minute mark, we can see that the Vulture has been more focusing on the grain, and Trelleborg has been focusing on the bales, so they have been pressing them quite a lot. They have 10 bales, and I want to see what Vulture's going to be doing with those, with that grain. And of course, the drops which we're going to see just about in a couple of seconds, they can play a huge part. For example, silo closed would be a huge thing, and the grain multiplier, that also can be a huge thing for Vulture. So if they're going to go for it, as they should, I think, it might have some huge impact because they already have like 30k of grain, and if they get the multiplier, that's 1.5 multiplier, by the way, so that would be effectively 45k, and they can definitely destroy Trelleborg's belt with that multiplier. So we'll see how that's gonna go. They haven't yet picked anything up. We can see Trelleborg going for the drops, but we are waiting for Vulture. I think they're waiting for the last second possible until they will deliver it. And Trelleborg, they are now getting some bales on the belt as well. They have 14 still pressed, and there we go, Anton going for the grain multiplier, and this is the moment so far in this game that can actually change the whole course of the remaining match.
It's interesting for me because Valtra, completely different team. Like the players making up the team for Valtra this season are mainly the guys that were LSA esports last season. Today, a little bit of a mix-up because we don't have Linux playing today. We have Jake. I would assume is how maybe you pronounce it. Probably just butcher your name. Apologize, but yeah, it's a completely different team for Valtra, but they're still able to compete within the top end of the table here. Ooh, Bale-tastic for Trelleborg, meanwhile, and then bad news for Valtra as Anton's ended up in the drink. So, wow,
they're getting more.
Yeah, and there's a Bale-pressive now. Like, that's what happens when you're not ready to react, and Trelleborg's taking advantage there. Anton was in the moat. Valtra were nowhere with any bales, and that now is going to be, 150 in combo points for the Bale-tastic and the Bale-pressive for Trelleborg. And they're 3 away now from getting a baling spree, and they might be getting it if Anton can't get in fast enough. There it is.
Oh my god.
The baling spree. So that's now another 150 bonus points.
And now, Anthony, you just put something in. I mean, they still have a chance to get even more. They need 5 more bales, and they can actually get the next level of the combo. So Anton decides to put it on the upper belt. Okay, that might be enough, but still quite risky because we can see Trelleborg having still 8 bales. But I mean, I was just going to say that, okay, Valtra, they managed to destroy the belt of Trelleborg. And we have seen that they are very good on the situations when they have to counterfeit with the this kind of a situations. And suddenly they just, belt being stopped, and they actually make it all the way almost to 700 points. Now they cannot like make on the next level of the combos anymore, but still they managed to get about 500 points from those combos, and that is something which Walter, they didn't count that at all. I mean, they were trusting it. Yeah, we gotta break their belt, we gotta get the rest of the bales in, we're gonna win this. They don't have the gray, but Trelleborg, once again, they are proving how well they can play the game. So even Valtra thought that, yeah, we're going to have this with this kind of a strategy. And Trelleborg, I mean, they were calculating that Valtra was going to go for it, and that's why they were preparing for the belt. So they immediately had I don't know if it was a primary strategy or a backup strategy, but they already had a strategy which counterfeited Valtra's one. So that is like once again the greatness of Trelleborg, which is showing how well they read the opponents, the situation, and they just, from a situation that might be for some team like next to impossible, they will find the way to get around it.
Yeah, you asked me if I thought that they would come back and play safer if they were to lose this round. Well, that doesn't look likely now, but I did say that they know how to adapt more than anyone, and this would be huge here as Martin's going for bottom boost. If they're ready to deliver some more now, this is going to actually, it doesn't change anything for them because their multiplier is 1. but them getting it means that Vulture can't score theirs into the bottom and get 30 points per. So yeah, the great thing that Trelleborg does is they know how to adapt, and now they're not putting bales in unless they need to reset the combo, and they're going to try to load these up and score more combo points. So Vulture needs to be ready for this. I think like if Vulture could have interrupted the bale pressive or the baling spree, they would have gotten counterpoints, and we would be talking about a lot closer game. At this point, Vulture they're going to score 20 points per bale more compared to Trelleborg right now. So they have that advantage, but the bale count is pretty even. They need more bales.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need more bales. I mean, if they can get 10 bales on the upper door, they're going to be tied. Of course, Trelleborg's going to be pushing some bales on the lower doors, so that's going to change the situation. But I mean, 30 points per bale, it is doable. We'll still have 2.5 minutes. That one bale is not going to go inside. I think it's going to drop, as we can see, immediately flipping down. And that's the second bale, by the way, inside 30-second time, which Valtra is actually dropping down, unfortunately. That is costing 60 points basically at the moment. And if Trelleborg will just keep on delivering the bales, and even if they get just 10 bales per bale from the lower doors, and I mean, they have a chance to push them as a combo as well. I think they're trying to maybe do exactly that, but still, if they can shove in the remaining bales, they're gonna be getting close to 950 points, and that's gonna be already quite far away from for Valtra. So I don't know how Valtra can. They have a chance, but it's going to be very hard, as we can see the rate which Trelleborg is actually getting them in. They're just, all the time delivering them. They're waiting. They're putting them in. They're making sure that the bales actually exactly go where they're supposed to go, and they're not dropping or doing mistakes. So I think the Trelleborg has been doing amazing job so far, and Valtra, they will have definitely a hard time of counterfeiting this situation.
So I think our bot is messed up at the moment. There is a giveaway going on. Let me get that link into chat because I don't think it's been in there yet today. Give me one moment. So we're giving away FS19 Ambassador Edition, and also for FS22 the Capote Pack DLC. So there's the link in chat. It's a Glebe link, so you don't have to be here live in chat to win. It'll be going on all weekend. 36 hours remaining, 99 current entries. Go enter and you could win. Don't worry about having to be around. You'll be emailed if you're the winner with information on how to claim your prize.
Yeah, I can be the bot as well. The audio is not desynced. You are seeing the casters from the German broadcast. I guess that is something what the bot is announcing from time to time. But anyways, the gap is 140 points, and we have 30 seconds to go. So let's see how close Valtra can actually make it. 7 bales remaining for Trelleborg, so about 950 points should be the, well, I'm not going to say that it's the maximum, but it should be about the maximum which they can gain. And they are trying to get the bales in. That is for, the remaining bales are actually getting inside. Valtra having still 9 bales, there's 2 on the belt. That's going to be 60 points. And oh, Søren. Oh, he's going to flip the tractor, and that is unfortunate. That's going to cost some time. They cannot get those bales in at all, and they have lost the game, unfortunately. There's nothing they can do. And what is going on there? As Dake will show some breakdancing with the tractor once again.
Yeah, I think that, if you're going to lose the round, you might as well do it in style and please the fans at home watching. 17 extra bales, and not only that, but 20 of them were built into combo points where they scored just 300 points right there. So take away those combo points, interrupt even that bale pressive, and Vulture win. So it's not, you can win with combo points. Obviously, Trelleborg just showed that. But the problem with combo points is as soon as it's interrupted and you don't have the multiplier in your favor, then you're in trouble. So all Valtra needed to do there was be ready with one bale at the barn to counter one of those combos, and they would have won that first round. It ended up being a lot closer than we thought because of the multiplier difference. But I mean, again, Trelleborg are good because they're able to adapt in the moment and make those kinds of decisions. They saw the grain was against them. they sensed a chance to capitalize on Vulture not being ready to deliver bales. They took full advantage of it.
Yeah, I think that in general, Walter was just focused on the grain too much at that stage. I mean, they knew that they will get the multiplier, but when they had all the guys on the fields with the harvesters and just delivering the grain, they kind of like forgot to have that one guy to deny the combo. So you were completely right on that. They were just, they were playing like I would say I'm not going to say isolated, but they were definitely, focusing on their own game so heavily that they forgot that if they do this kind of a strategy, yeah, Trelleborg can actually try to go for the combos meanwhile. And yeah, there was nothing they were able to do about it anymore at that stage when they realized that it is happening. It's too late at that stage.
We have a morning VF in chat. Our colleague, Virtual Farmer, aka Alex, is not here this weekend. He's on holiday somewhere in Devon, I would assume, in the UK, enjoying himself with his family, having a good time. He was going to try to stream and join the broadcast from his caravan on location, but unfortunately didn't work out as far as internet connection goes for him. So you've got myself, Kermit, and Maddie, aka Cast by Copter, here on the broadcast for the English channel all weekend. You're seeing the two German casters on screen right now, Homer and Steven.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, I missed Alex at FarmCon because he wasn't able to come there, and now he's not on the broadcast. The last time I have get my dose of Alex was in June, so I'm kind of like already missing him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that you didn't get to meet him at FarmCon. It was great to meet him in person at TwitchCon the weekend before. Here we go now, Trelleborg against Vultra. So Vultra has to play. They got to make sure that they don't let Trelleborg get combo points for one thing. But I would also imagine that Trelleborg are now going to play a different round because they know better than anyone that combo points are a risky game to play. Vultra has to win, though, or Trelleborg are moving on.
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. I think it's going to be a different kind of a round, definitely. I would be surprised if it's going to be exactly the same, that the both teams are playing with the same strategies. I think Vultra is not going to do the same mistake twice. And if they want to make sure that the combo is not happening from Trelleborg's side, they will need to have a guy, of course, able to counterfeit the situation, and that means that they cannot be collecting that heavily grain on the fields at the same time. So it must change, to be honest. I think it was the risk strategy from Vultra, actually. We spoke about the risks of Trelleborg, but on the other hand, I mean, Vultra was actually taking a huge risks there as well, counting that Trelleborg will be not going for the combos.
Yeah, and it was just, I think that what happened as well is they ended up in the moat. I think it was Anton for Vultra at the wrong time. If that hadn't happened, then he's probably getting out into the field and grabbing a bale and getting back and disrupting that combo. And then we might be talking about Trelleborg needing to win to force the third game. But unfortunately for Vultra, that's not how it played out. Those moments can cost you no matter when they happen in the course of a round. When you're talking about teams at the top end of the Farming Simulator League, especially, the mistakes that you make become more and more crucial, even if it's the tiniest little mistake.
I would love to be, hearing the team comms from Trelleborg, the moment when they realized that Vultra was going to go for that heavily on the grain. And when they made the call, like, hey, let's go for the combos, they might not be there. And I would love to, hear and see the moment when they realize that, yeah, we gotta play it like this, because that was a good call, definitely. Because that can't be planned beforehand. That is something which they made during the game, when they saw the Vultra strategy. So I would love to hear that moment, like when somebody's like, "Hey, I have an idea. Let's do this." And how right the call actually was in the end. But anyways, the picks are here. We saw the bans as well, so we're gonna go for the second game of the series. And once again, we're gonna be having the rush for the first bale. We had Trelleborg trying to go for that 150-point bale, and now they will have a second try. They did toss it on the side of a barn, unfortunately, not hitting on the barn door. And now we once again have a challenge for the Harvester. Who's going to be winning this time? We can see Trelleborg. No, it's going to be Vultra actually who's going to get that one. And we can see just Trelleborg settling down for the New Holland baler instead. And we still have about 40 seconds, and we can see Valtra, a couple harvesters leaving from the pads, and yeah, one for Trelleborg still, well, now finally leaving from there. So we'll see how the first bells are going to be built this time. We can see Trelleborg putting one on the other side of the road, and Wooler seems to be the one. I mean, this is the best part of the field when you want to get the first bale. It's going to be getting close. We can see Martin go in there, collecting it, pressing the bale, leaving. We can see Sören leaving at the same time right after Anton. And I think that Trelleborg definitely have an advantage here, and they should be actually getting to deliver the bale a little bit sooner. But it's not going to be as good as the previous one, even if he's going to toss it inside, because we are already 14-minute mark, so it's going to be less than 150 points. It's not going to be happening, and we can see maybe at the scoreboard, yeah, 136, but not what we were expecting, but they're still getting the early lead as Sören is still on the way.
Yeah, good moment for Trelleborg. It was, 128 in the first round. And let's see, 122. So 14 points difference. So decent by Valtra to not let it be too much of an advantage. But yeah, still, we're seeing some lower first bale scores by Trelleborg than we've seen them score so far this season. But they usually do fine no matter what. We'll see how it plays out with 13 minutes, 15 seconds to go. Trelleborg won the first of the best of three. So Valtra have to win to be able to stay alive this weekend. The loser of this match will not make it into the quarterfinals. The winner moves on. We're already into round 2 today. So yeah, there was a slight mix-up going by our graphic, but the actual schedule, My Insanity versus Agrol, was meant to be the third match. So we'll have them coming up after the conclusion of this one, and then to finish off today, we'll have Farming Friends against Power Team Esport. There's also several other matchups going on off stream today. Plenty of other teams playing for a right to make it in to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Well, both teams, they are once again, of course, collecting the grain, and well, currently it's a pretty tight situation. On the last game, they actually had a similar start, so both teams were collecting the grain, but then Valtra went for the extra grain and also got the grain multiplier, which kind of like changed the where the strategies were different thing. And then now we just have to wait and see when they decide to load these. Will they actually go for the silos? Will they wait for the, let's say, for the 8-minute drop, for example? But we do have the 12-minute drops before that bridge is raised and bridge is lowered. So that's a hard call. And there's a traffic light actually on the lower. I just realized now there's a traffic light there.
Yeah,
that
you never noticed that before, huh? Well, you know, this is you're still a new guy around the scene for sure. And I remember the very beginning of the first tournament. I wouldn't say, I think worried's not the right word, but you were just a little bit hesitant, like, hey guys, just kind of pull me along here because, you know, I don't know exactly what's going on here. You seemed a little bit like maybe nervous about your first time, but you settled in quickly, and you've been a great addition to the team.
A little
Maddie.
bit lost. You can just say it. A little bit lost.
A little bit lost. Okay, well, you said it. You took the words out of my mouth. But you settled in quickly, though, and you've been around the esports scene for a while, so you know how these things go, and I'm glad that you're a part of the team, and you seem to be enjoying yourself. I know you had a lot of fun at FarmCon, and you were talking earlier about the footage of you with the rosy head not existing, but it was streamed, you know, Maddie. So it exists out there in the world.
I know.
If people want to find it, I think you could go to the new Community Corner YouTube channel that we have for Farming Simulator now and find it on there. And nice little segue is I saw Tony Miff hop into chat a moment ago, and I'm going to put the new YouTube channel link in chat in case you're not following it yet, because Tony Miff will be our next guest on the Community Corner YouTube for the latest Community Spotlight. So here is the channel in Twitch chat now, and I'm going to drop it in YouTube if you're over there watching as well. Actually, I can't drop it because I'm on YouTube because I'm not logged into the right account, so I don't have mod privileges. I'll fix that in a bit. But yeah, new channel. New content coming there, and the Community Spotlight on Tuesday will be the latest thing. Lots more to come in the future as well, though.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about the footage, which was actually on the stream. I know it was there, but there's also some pictures that I know that has been taken off stream. But yeah, let's not go there. Let's see what's happening here. But yeah, definitely a lot of great time at FarmCon, and all these discussions are just coming from there. We had a great time, definitely, with all the people. So it was a nice event, definitely. And I'm actually wearing one of the Farming Simulator shirts currently as well, and just to get to the feeling as well. But yeah,
Nice.
unfortunately, I can't be showing it on the camera. And I was wondering, you said that you got the kind of like the polo shirt with the Giant software, but what you really need is like a Steve Jobs kind of a shirt with the Farming Simulator logo. I think I think that's what you need. You can be the Steve Jobs of Farming Simulator.
Yeah, I don't know if you've said this before, but I feel like someone else said this to me recently.
Turtleneck, yeah.
And I don't know why. I would say that I have more of a frog neck than a turtleneck, personally. But yeah, I swear someone else said this to me recently too.
Okay.
Trelleborg in the lead still. It's only the first bail points on the leaderboard or on the scoreboard so far. 8.5 minutes or so to go as we're watching Surin from Vulture now having a look at Wooler over here for Trelleborg, bringing the Massey Ferguson harvester in with some grain to unload.
Yeah, look at the Trelleborg's grain. Look at that. They are definitely going for a different strategy. They didn't do this on the last game. We saw Valtra unloading more. And imagine if there would be a grain multiplier coming in on the 8-minute drops.
Oh.
That is a huge load of grain, and that's something that's gonna destroy complete the belt of Valtra like 2 times in a row. But just 1 second, then I will see speed up. Oh, direct delivery, no grain multiplier, no silo closed, but still the amount which Trelleborg has been collecting, it is huge.
Definitely. I think, man, this is what sets Trelleborg apart, is that they can play so many different strategies and play them well. There's a long way to go, and Vulture could win this. Vulture are a good team. But right now, it's not looking good when you look at the grain amount. Beatmaster now bringing the ideal in. And this should be just about, 58,000, slightly more. And this is probably all of it they've brought in here. I doubt there's another harvester sitting out there with some in it. So, yeah, it's going to easily be a 3-to-1 advantage for Trelleborg here in a moment. And even if Vultra now, who are arriving at the barn, deliver this grain,
it's not
they
good
just
enough.
have almost half the amount of grain. I mean, just now when they got there, they had about the same amount of grain that Trelleborg has left.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. They're going to allow Vultra to kind of like take the multiplier for a while. It's a question when they will decide to unload the remains. But the bale situation, both teams having 11 bales about, so that is pretty even. So it might come down to the multiplier like we had on the first series as well. And now we can see Beatmaster is just unloading it more. He was organizing the vehicles in the proper order to get it done. Anton still trying to get the some use from the multiplier. But yeah, it's gonna be tied as far as I can see for the moment. 1.9 for Vultra and 2.1 for Trelleborg, actually. So it's pretty close. I mean, I was expecting a bigger difference there. So it's a very small difference for Trelleborg, actually. I think the grain game is gone. 6 minutes remaining, so now they will start delivering the bales. But on the last game, I think Trelleborg had, I think there was something like a 50 more bales delivered than Valtra in the end. So that is a factor which we cannot ignore at this stage. That if they are like faster, getting the bales on the belt, fast scoring the points, in that sense. So still, I mean, Trelleborg, the multiplier might not be the thing, but it's gotta be the individual skill once again when they're stacking.
Right. The bad news, the good news for Vultra is that Trelleborg hasn't scored any combo points this round. The bad news is that the multiplier is now, even though it's slight, they're at a disadvantage instead of at an advantage. So how do you adapt to that now? Because if you look at the first round, Maddie, we are talking about if Vultra had just disrupted one of those combos that Trelleborg got, they probably would have won that first round. But now we're talking about no combo points on the board and a multiplier advantage against them. They're going to have to now score, 3 more bales or so total than Trelleborg to be able to win this. And that's not an easy task because Trelleborg are constantly pressing bales and getting up to the higher end of those bale counts.
Yeah, I think the bail counts are well now they are tied, but okay, in a way, I think that the amount of bales at this stage when we still have like 4 minutes to go, I think there's still plenty of time to kind of like get more bales. But I'm just so scared how effective Trelleborg's stacking is. They are just always not doing much of a mistakes, to be honest. But what when I say it's actually happening is a bale dropping from the belt right on the second when I say that they don't do any mistakes. So if they're gonna lose this one, they can just blame me. I
Yeah,
jinxed it.
do you remember how was it 57 bales that Trelleborg had in that first round?
I think
Or
57 or 56. But anyway, it's like something between 50
I
and
think
60.
that's the new record because they actually held the record for 53 previously. That was in tournament 3 last month. And now, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, it was 57 when they got those combo points in the last round. They didn't have to worry about delivering grain, so they were able to just stay on press bales. And I think that for them, that's probably the first point that I see something that has been changed, that's been patched in between these two tournaments, because under pressure was lowered, of course. But the main thing is that the fill volume for all of the balers has gone down by 200 liters. So you need 200 less for every baler to press a bale now. So that means, if you stay out there pressing, you could press a few extra bales in a round for sure. So we should maybe see those bale counts start to go up more and more, especially for teams at the top end of the standings.
Well, less than 3 minutes remaining. Let's see. I mean, definitely more traffic at the Trelleborg belt. Valtra getting some in. They have bales, but I mean, Trelleborg about that bale count in the last game. Of course, they were like stacking a lot of them on the first floor. So that, of course, like affects the count when you don't have to, put them on the belt. But still, it's a huge number. I'm not gonna be getting around that fact. But for now, I mean, Trelleborg, they have a lot of bales right next to the belt. I think Valtra, they just had like a couple bales there, so it was like they need to have more delivered next to the belt. And I mean, the lead is 15 points for Valtra, actually less than that, 13 points. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be getting close, but I just can't be without saying it, I think third time in a row already, how effective Trelleborg is just when it comes to working next to the belts. And I think they're definitely the best team when it comes like how constantly they can put the bales on the belt. So I think it comes down to like a matchup between the stackers in the end.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have some really strong stackers, as we see Willard now, though. What commentators curse. That's not his fault. I'll blame that one on
It's
me.
mine.
Yeah,
Yours.
blame it on us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Maddie and I will take shared blame. So the bad news here for Valtra is that they had the slight disadvantage, which isn't what's going to cost them, but just the bale count again. I think they're going to be several bales short of what Trelleborg are going to be able to produce here. And so a minute 17, and Martin is now bringing in 5 bales at the moment. Here comes Surin for Valtra with some. These are those crucial moments with a minute left where you're bringing these in now and you want to score them into the top. Oh no,
What's
one
going
flying
on?
off of the fort for Martin. If it comes down to one bale, remember that moment, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough of a difference. He probably will as well have time to go back and get it. 50 seconds to go. Trelleborg into the lead now by about 90 points, give or take. 40 seconds to go. 7:24 to 6:16. It's not looking good for Valtra at the moment. Here comes Beatmaster now. It looks like that bale was already rescued by Martin.
There's no way that all the bales gonna go on the upper door anymore at this stage. Only 20 seconds remaining, so I think that there's gonna be some bales even left outside from some of the teams. So we'll just have to wait and see. I don't think that they have the time to stack all these in, but yeah, it's gonna be a very tight situation. 60-point difference. Söder's gonna be putting one on the upper barn doors. Anton trying to do something still, but that's they have only 3 bales left. I don't think that they have enough bales to win this anymore, as the time is running out at the same time. And Trelleborg, they're just happy to see, can they still get it inside? No, they don't have to, as Trelleborg claims the victory from the second game of the series. And that is, I mean, that's a good victory. It's a different one. Same amount of bales.
Same
but
amount of, yeah.
The multiplier did a trick, of course, in the end. But I think that also Valtteri was putting something on the first floor.
Yeah, that's man, that was kind of brutal. Yeah, one extra into the top. So that would, have been a few extra points, but I think Trelleborg scored some bales when they had that huge multiplier advantage as well. That had to have been the difference. There was that slight 12-minute gap on the first bale as well. I mean, that's about what I would have said that I would have expected from that matchup. I mean, I think that there's some people who watch the FSL and are impressed with the quality of Trelleborg, and then, as always, when you're the best in any sport or esport, some fans start to root for the underdog and hope to see the top dog fail. But Trelleborg just continue to perform at the highest of levels, and they'll be moving on into the quarterfinals this weekend. They're the first confirmed team making it into the quarterfinals. We're going to have a short break here in a minute, Maddie, but we'll be back. We are going to get My Insanity versus Agral coming up next, and then we'll have Farming Friends against Power Team Esport to finish us off.
Yep. So small break, and we'll be back in about 4 minutes.
All right, we're back as we just saw a clip there in the intro of Martin, who has is now playing for Trelleborg. He was on Vulture last season and one of the top players in the league. And Trelleborg moving on, beating Vulture. They'll be moving on to the quarterfinals. We'll see the highlights from the matchup just in a moment. We got Mind Sanity versus Agral coming up. I am curious for you, Maddie, being newer this season. Of course, it's your first season around the FSL. So you came in not really knowing, Trelleborg's dominance the last two seasons, of course, winning both of those season championships. And now here they are again, going for three in a row, basically. What do you think, really, of how Trelleborg have performed this season?
I think that they could do better. No, just kidding. I mean, of course, they are just they are just showing the dominance. I mean, when the season started and kind of like the first tournament, yeah, they won it. I was told that they are kind of like the favorites to win it as well. But of course, there was a question marks, new season and stuff like that happening, new rules, no transport company. I think that they are just showing. I mean, what we have seen from them is that every time when somebody comes up with a different strategy, they always find a way. So they are so good on adapting on the strategies and making the right calls during the game. I think that other teams are more like stuck with the strategy. Okay, we got to go for this one on this one, and they don't change much on the fly. But Trelleborg, they can easily adapt and change, and I think that's the biggest difference.
Yeah, I think I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, I think we talk about it all the time, and we don't have Virtual Farmer with us this weekend, but he is talking a lot about the teams that disrupt in the FSL. Disrupts are important, but also reacting to your own disruptions and being able to adapt to that. As we're seeing now, the highlights from Trelleborg versus Valtra. A couple of bales chucked into the top by Trelleborg there in the ghost mode. The Trelleborg toss we've come to expect. There was the bale-tastic being scored.
Oops.
So that's what happened. So Anton was trying to jump the bridge to come in and counter this combo, and it ended up backfiring and costing Valtra the win, really. And there's the bailing spree now. So, I mean, in that minute or less, Trelleborg scored 300 points just in combo points. And then add in the 20 bales they had to put in at 10 apiece. And they scored a lot of points in a short amount of time.
But imagine the first round. If Anton actually would have pulled that off, it could have changed the whole gameplay. If he would have been able to, I mean, he would have been disrupting the strategy with that toss. But I mean, that's kind of like the wannabe Trelleborg toss. So it didn't work. But if it would have worked, I mean, we might be currently watching the third game of the series.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he felt like he had to take that risk. The safer route is always there, of course, but he would have missed out on countering as early on. But if you would have still been able to get there, take the time to get there, and at least counter like the bailing spree, they would have won. So it's all those little moments, isn't it, that can come back at the end of a round and change the course of a game. As we see Trelleborg coming out victorious. And, I mean, I don't know what to say. I think, like, Vulture are a good team. But when you come up against Trelleborg, you've got to bring your A game. Nothing else will do, and even that sometimes isn't enough. And if you are sick of us talking about Trelleborg, if you're sick of, like, seeing Trelleborg win, then the only thing I can really say to you is, well, they're just doing, their best, and so are all the other teams. So it's going to take someone putting in the time and effort, the practice, and finding the right combination of players to be able to match Trelleborg this season. Because more so this season than any season previously, it's coming down to individual skill. And I think that is why we're seeing Trelleborg dominate so far this season, even more than they did last season. I mean, at this point, of season 3, Maddie, we already had a couple of different winners of tournaments. But Trelleborg move on to the quarterfinals, and of course they'll be favorites to win the 4th tournament of season 4, just like they have the previous 3. All right, so here comes My Insanity, another group of guys who were at FarmCon for the show matches. Jan and PB, I believe, were the 2 guys that were there. Got to meet them as well as everyone else that was at FarmCon. That was a great time to be able to see these guys in person, and kind of, I've been doing FSL for well over a year now, and it's cool to be able to put, these actual faces to the names and see these guys in person, because the FSL is great. And I think the main thing that people don't really see with watching the tournaments online is, yeah, it's a competitive mode, and these guys, of course, want to win, but they all get along too. They're hanging out outside of the games. They were hanging out outside where the food trucks were. They were hanging out in the hotel lobby at the end of the day and chatting with each other. So it's really cool to see that kind of camaraderie that exists as well.
True. Well, it was a great event, definitely. But now it's going to be time to actually play the game. It's not going to be time to hang in the hotel lobby, because we are, getting a game. And of course, the winner's going to go all the way to the next day for the final day. And the loser's going to be dropping out of the tournament. They have no means whatsoever to proceed on the second day of the 4th tournament of the season. And of course, they will be not getting any of the circuit points out of the tournament. The team is going to win. It's going to be guaranteed to get some. So we'll just have to wait and see how it's going to go. Do you have any ideas, like Agrol versus My Insanity? Do you have any opinions, Kermit? Like, how do you rate these teams?
My Insanity are on the leaderboard, Eggroll are not. So, I mean, if you go just by that, My Insanity have to be the favorite here. My Insanity, of course, an esports organization as well, in multiple esports. So, someone that you would expect to be able to compete. The talking point I would see here, and that we should mention, is that Eggroll have gone with Unstoppable, which we have not seen a lot since the first tournament of Season 4. We've mainly seen teams switch to using Bottleneck. But Eggroll here going with Unstoppable instead, and we'll see how that plays out. They also have the Easy Stack perk for one of their players, Under Pressure and Archimedes ++. So the difference in the player perks, PB has Runner. So yeah, I'm not sure what to expect from Agrol, because we're talking about a team that, as of yet, I don't even know if we've seen them on a broadcast this season. We've definitely not seen them in the quarterfinals. Looks like a good moment there for Agrol as they beat My Insanity to the Case Combine.
Ooh, what happened there? Anyways, so yeah, Agrol definitely won that battle, and now we can see that the harvesting is started. It's a bit slow start, to be honest. I mean, we can see Agrol just now getting there. They have 2 harvesters, they have 1 baler. And I think there was something going on, because we saw that they actually jumped away from the vehicle for a while after getting it. But we can see My Insanity, John, is going to go for the first bale, and this is actually looking very good. Oh, this is going to be if he's going to get this one, it could be a huge bale. So let's get it inside, please. But no, he's going to reverse it, but still going to be about 140 points, 143. So definitely the best bale of the day so far. Definitely a huge start for My Insanity. And we can see Baff just now. Just moving towards the bridges. That one is going to be, close, so he needs to go for the Bridge of Doom. I'm just missing the Indiana Jones kind of like theme music from the background, and that would be great. But yeah, it's going to be, of course, less, and there should be about 1.5 bale difference at this stage. That's what I'm expecting. Yep, exactly, 30 points. So, yeah. My Insanity will take the early lead, but yeah, like you said, Kermit, we haven't seen Agrol on the broadcast before, so we haven't seen how they play. So maybe they'll find something along the way. It's still like very early seconds of the first round of the match.
Agrol from the Czech Republic, by the way. So we've talked about how the FSL is becoming even more and more international. So another Czech team representing. We have a few of those around the league, and right now we've got Reno, Baff, and Heza that are playing for Agrol. It's great to be able to see on these play-ins. So last season we didn't broadcast these play-ins, and it's really cool to be able to do that this season because it means you get to see a lot of different teams that you wouldn't normally get to see on a broadcast because previously you had to make it to the quarterfinals or beyond to be shown on the main show. We would have the clean feed last year, and that was it on Saturdays. So it's nice to be able to get a mix of these teams and kind of showcase teams from different countries and teams that are, of differing amounts of time that they've been around the Farming Simulator League as well. So for AgRoll, it's a good moment for them to see, how they stack up against a team like My Insanity, who coming into the weekend are tied for 4th place. And it's a big stakes for My Insanity, Maddie, because we just saw Vulture get knocked out by Trelleborg. That's one of the teams that they're tied with in 4th place. So if My Insanity can win this and move on to the quarterfinals, they're going to set themselves apart by at least 30 points from Vulture this weekend.
Yeah, I think the having more broadcast coverage, it's very important, to be honest. I mean, yes, the teams, if they don't make it to the grand finals, they're not going to show up at all on the broadcast. And I'm not going to lie. I mean, of course, they have partners, they have sponsors, they have organizations, and they want to have some kind of a visibility as well. So I think covering the planes is kind of like, helping the organizations to grow as well. They have more references that, yeah, we're going to be there. So it's definitely good for the teams to like establish more like a static presence on the scene. If they can be constantly at least on the planes, then when the time is right, then they will hit the second day of the tournament, and then it's huge for them. So I think it's definitely good that we have more coverage. More coverage is always better for the scene and for the players, and everybody wants to be on the broadcast, of course, and that's what it's all about. But we had the first drops, nothing major. So it's not going to change the gameplay. We can see AgRoll now starting to unload the grain. They have 45k collected, and My Insanity is already topping that on the. But they are still collecting, so they should be getting close to 60k. So they're getting the maximum amount of grain, more or less. And when this whole unloading operation is done from AgRoll, and then later from My Insanity should be getting a slight advantage, and now they will start to unload the grain as well. So they will have maybe 2.1, 2.3, somewhere on that ballpark. I think that's where it's gonna end up in the end. And but yeah, they will do it quite early. Still 2 minutes remaining for the next drops. So and there we go. Actually, My Insanity will stop it for now. They're gonna be fine with it. 2.0, but they do have some reserves, and also AgRoll actually has the reserves as well, and the situation is pretty tight in the end, so it's going to be about 25k for both, so it's pretty even situation, to be honest. And now it's going to be time to get back to the business and get back to the roots. But meanwhile, My Insanity, 15 bales done and 0 for AgRoll, so they are at the same time good. Just leading at least on that game. Not going to say winning, but leading on that game for now.
I mean, to be 17 bales behind already with 9 minutes to go is not a spot that you want to be in. How are they going to make up that difference now with 9:15 remaining? Meanwhile, by the way, off stream, some of the other matchups taking place not on the broadcast. It looks like to me that Sim Game Alliance have potentially moved on through a forfeit from Team TBR. We talked about that. They had to forfeit last month. Team TBR. Looks like maybe the same thing has happened again. So Sim Game Alliance will move on to the quarterfinals again. And then Cortiva AgriScience has knocked off Rolnicki Zapolski, our Polish team, 2-0 from the look of it as well. Let's see, that one also looks like it was via forfeits. Trelleborg, of course, moved on, beating Vulture on stream, and then the rest of these matches still don't show a result on the website. So it could work out. Astragon has to play Firmir's Flamboyant still. The winner of that one will play Sim Game Alliance. Trelleborg will face Cortiva tomorrow. So 2 teams that last season were at the very top, and a couple of different tournament winners. Cortiva kind of dropped off at the end of Season 3, and Trelleborg, of course, continued to rise as the season went on. So lots of storylines playing out both on stream and off the broadcast today, Maddie.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, so silo close is definitely something that my Insanity should be going for, but nobody has been picking up any of the drops so far from the 8-minute drops. We can see Agrol still collecting the grain quite heavily and not focusing on the bales. And I just can't help thinking that
They're
this,
in
this
danger.
strategy, it can be definitely backfire hugely, especially now when we can see the silo close is going to be picked by my Insanity and they can
My
do
Insanity's
nothing
about
with
to get a
that
combo,
grain.
too.
Yeah, so this is huge, and we can see Baff is going to go for the silo close as well. So the situation is going to stay the same for now, and we can see Agrol having a slight advantage on the multiplier for now. But the I don't know that 0 bales that is really worrying for me, to be honest.
0 bales is not good, and Mind Sanity are close to a combo. So that's going to go from bad to worse here in a moment for Agrol. Now they do have 2 bales pressed, but it's hard for me to see. I think this is going to be the combo right here. There it is. Yep, the Bale-tastic now 5 away from the Bale Pressive. Baff is bringing the bales in now and is going to need to put at least one of these into the bottom to reset things. But yeah, not a good start for Agrol in their first broadcast matchup.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that my Insanity they are a great team, but something on this gameplay currently is just showing better than before. So they have been a good team on the past, but somehow I don't know. While I'm watching the strategy, how they play, getting the combos, working with the grain and everything, I think they have. I think it's like more multi-dimensional than what we have seen on the previous tournaments, to be honest. Of course, we have to wait for the results, but I just have this gut feeling currently about how my Insanity is playing, that this is actually looking very great. They're getting the combos, they're getting the bales, they are good on the grain game currently as well. So I think that they are like doing very well in all the fronts, and that in total, it looks a very strong performance so far.
I think that they are definitely, with Vermeer's Flamboyance, one of those teams that in this season you can see that marked improvement for sure. My Insanity are constantly practicing and honing their craft. We saw them at the FSL, the show event that took place at FarmCon, Maddie. That first matchup of the Sunday was 2 members of My Insanity that are playing now. It was Jan and PB, and then they had a member of Astragon fill out the 3rd on their team, and they only lost to Trelleborg by 1 point. Now, again, this is a show match. It's not an official circuit match, so maybe teams are playing things differently than they normally would when, all the stakes are on the line. But still, that kind of is proof that 2 out of 3 of their players, and they're performing that well, and you can definitely tell that they're improving. And they're definitely a team to be reckoned with at the top end of the table in Season 4 so far. And if they move on to this one, they're going to, potentially be in 3rd place at minimum. So definitely one of the best teams in the league at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking very good. They were wasting some time there as the silo close was still running for 15 seconds and Hannes was waiting to unload the grain. And of course, those drops are now used, and we can see Agrol ending up with a 2.4 multiplier, if I see it correctly, from my screen currently. So yeah, Agrol will have a slight advantage from the for the bales, which they're going to put on the second floor. But 4 minutes on the clock. The lead is about 300, more than 300 points for My Insanity already. So they have to do a lot of things, and this is huge. Multipliers, which if My Insanity can go for it and use it for the bales, which they have, that can be the game changer and kind of like almost like guarantee the win so far, because Agrol has been leading so heavily on the multiplier on this game. So let's just wait and see what's going to happen with it. They're going to pick it up, I think. And
it's interesting.
Yeah, let's see how it's going to go down. My Insanity is getting all the bales here. At least.
The multiplier switch for me just does not last long enough, because they were able to get it there, but by the time they got to the barn, it was already gone. That's something that I would personally like to see change, because that could be a huge super drop in the 4th minute, but most of the time teams that grab it aren't able to even utilize it.
Yeah, I mean, if it would last longer, or maybe even like all the way till the end of a round, it could probably change the whole start of the round. The grain game would have a completely different meaning. But let's focus on that one. I mean, of course, we can speculate with all the changes, as we like to do it so much. I mean, why not to have like a pancake switch, multiplier, whatever.
There it comes. There it is.
Yeah.
I was waiting on it.
Yeah, pancakes are nice, but the 1.6, so 16 points per bale. The belt is, I mean, it could be faster, but it's not like that slow, to be honest. So they got to go above 600 points with those bales. That's gonna put them to 640 almost. So yeah, it's a very big gap to be closed in a 2-minute time. 15 bales with that kind of a multiplier is going to be, what is it, like 400 points about. So
Yeah,
even
you're
if they
better
put
than me
all
with
the
the math.
bales inside, they're gonna be tying with my insanity, and they still have 12 bales which they can just stuck on the first floor. So yeah, in a way, I hate to say it, but yeah, looking at the numbers as we speak, it is looking that the Agrolin has to pull some kind of a miracle, maybe wrap it out of the hat if they want to win this round.
Yeah, they might need a few rabbits, Maddie. It's never our place to, we don't want to talk badly about teams, obviously,
No.
but when we say these things, we're seeing it from the perspective of, like, you can tell between these two teams that one team in My Insanity is experienced at this level, whereas Agro are new to the scene and need to clean up a few of these things that they're doing, because I don't think that it's necessarily solely down to even choosing Unstoppable as a team perk, but there is a reason that the top teams are using Bottleneck these days as well. So, that was the first choice that they made that you had to kind of start to question. Not to say that it couldn't, be possible to win with Unstoppable. And from my perspective, I would like to see more parity in the team perks that we see selected, because last season it was always Transport Company by the end of the season, and now we're starting to see Bottleneck used all the time. So it's nice to see a mixture. But for Agrol, they've got to play 1,000 times better in the second round to force the best of three.
Yeah, I mean, they're still getting the points. So it's like I'm not definitely saying that they are doing bad. They are definitely making a great showing on the first game here on the stream. I said it on the start of the broadcast, or maybe like after 4 minutes at My Insanity, it's just looking very strong, and I'm still gonna keep hold on to that, because they are getting to at least to 900 points about when they just put the rest of the bales in, and that's a good result. And now they're actually out of bales.
My
They just
Insanity
have
gonna
one
party a bit.
somewhere. Yeah, let's yeah, exactly. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna show you some tricks, man, and almost like a breakdancing party. But yeah, My Insanity's gonna win the first one. Good showing from Agral as well. I think that they, in a way, they were too heavily leading on the grain once
look at
again.
the bale
I said that
difference.
on the first match series today as well, but I think that they were definitely leading too much on the grain. That's going to show on the amount of delivered bales. I really love the grain game in the end. I mean, it is something which the viewers might not always see unless they have been playing or watching a lot. But there's just so many dimensions on the grain game. It's not that, okay, I'm going to deliver this much and you're going to deliver this much. It's the timing, the collecting, the drops. So there's just so many factors on the grain game. And then the results, they are not like immediate. You will see them like slowly piling up at the later stage. So I think it's a great element on the game.
I would agree with you. I mean, and it is the thing that I'm loving about this season is that it is more about individual skill. So when we talk about things like the multiplier switch in that round, where we feel like it didn't last long enough, the thing is you have to find the right balance, because it's good to have drops in the game to kind of even the playing field, but you don't want the game mode to really become more about like luck than skill, right? At the end of the day, it's an esport, so it should be more about skill than luck. But having said that, some of the drops I think are definitely more useful than others. Some of them don't last long enough. Some of them aren't giving teams enough of points for picking them up or whatever it may be. But it is nice in season 4 that it's coming down to the individual moments, the skill level of each player, and how those players mesh well together as a team too.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, there's definitely the individual skill that's always there. Then we have a little bit of luck, depending like which jobs you're gonna get and what kind of strategy you are playing. But then we spoke about the multiplier switch, and the same comes for the crazy tool as well. It's also about team communications and teamwork. So yeah, if you go and pick the multiplier switch at the end, and it's like you're never gonna make it all the way to the barn back from there. But if you have the communications and then you have a bit of luck that you have the guys on the right positions and a bit of strategy as well, then you can definitely utilize that for a moment if the teammate's gotta go and pick it up and there's somebody right next to the barn. Same as with the crazy tool as well. So definitely so many aspects on the game, and that's definitely lovely to see, especially when the teams are like nailing it, when they get it absolutely right. Like I'm gonna go and pick up the crazy tool, the guys already at the pressing the bales, and then we can see that it's just like a pooping out of bales, to be honest, when it's like running like a rabbit on the field. And I just love that moment when they get the maximum out of it, and that's what the teamwork on this game is all about.
Yeah, I love the teamwork aspect of this game mode because it's always fun to explain the Farming Simulator League to someone for the first time. Like at TwitchCon, for example, we had people coming by the booth and they would talk to us about Farming Simulator, and then I like to talk about the FSL a lot because I feel like it's still not known well enough, like Farming Simulator as a brand is pretty well known at this point. People were stopping by the booth at TwitchCon, like even if they don't play Farming Simulator yet, they know of the game, they're curious about it, they're interested in playing it. But the same thing can't really be said yet about the Farming Simulator League. You're talking about the fourth season now, only being around for 4 years, well, whereas Farming Simulator is the main game, has been around for 15 years or so now at this point. So yeah, I love to talk about the FSL, but whenever I explain it to people, I'm like, well, how complex do you want me to explain it? Because like in a nutshell, it's easy to explain. You harvest your grain, you deliver the grain to increase your multiplier, you deliver bales to score points. But there's so much more to it. But usually people are also like, what is it, like a 1v1 type thing? I'm like, no, it's 3v3. And like instantly people find that more interesting because like when you add teamwork in as an extra layer, Maddie, it means that like the best teams have to be able to work well together. And it's fun to see 3 players come together and form like a cohesive unit because it throws everything that you know about Farming Simulator up against the wall, the FSL, because it could be chaotic. It's faster paced. It's not this slow paced, calm experience that you're usually used to. So teams have to be able to work well together and be able to adapt.
Yeah. Meanwhile, as we are just about to get the next match starting up, I can definitely see on the chat that Jenny is requesting that we have to talk about pancakes a little bit more. And I can see also DJ Goham being very active on the chat. So I'm pretty sure, I mean, DJ Goham, is definitely nice to meet him at the FarmCon as well. He seems like a guy, he probably has like the best ever recipe for pancakes. So please, DJ Goham, tell Jenny what is the best way of making like a proper American pancakes.
Oh, man. I'm not sure that I would trust DJ who's constantly getting fast food with advice on cooking. If you watch this guy's YouTube videos, if you watch the farms flour, butter, egg, syrup, it can happen. I feel like he just threw out words there. I would like to see DJ Goham make some pancakes. I don't know if I would eat them though. No offense, DJ.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, later on the afternoon on the social media, we're going to find a picture of Jenny eating pancakes, I'm sure. But anyways, let's go on the game, back on the real topics of today instead of talking about the what is happening at the chat. So Mindsanity and Agro will go for the second game of the series, and we saw Mindsanity winning the first one. I'm really eager to see how Agro is like reacting to it. Because they know that they have one of the best teams of the series, like which they're up against, and they saw the result from the last game. I think that with minor tweaks, I mean, they definitely have a chance of challenging my insanity. I think that we can see some glimpses of I'm not gonna say glimpses of victory, but I can see definitely moments when you add those moments together, you could have a winning round. So I want to see how Acro is going to be responding to this because I think they now have a better understanding how My Insanity wanted to play, and of course we want to see how My Insanity wants to change the gameplay as well. So let's see. I'm really interested about this series.
The chat bot is now working, by the way. So hopefully you'll see in there the first of all that save the date has the wrong dates for the tournament. But yeah, hopefully you'll see the giveaway timer at some point too, because we do have a giveaway going on at the moment for FS19 Ambassador Edition and also Kubota Pack for Farming Simulator 22.
I mean, those dates, I mean, you know that I love movie quotes. So it's, we go back to the future. Anyway,
You do
the
love
next
your
round
movie
is
quotes.
starting. Yeah, I'm a huge movie buff. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I guess you guessed that already. But Johannes is just gonna take the harvester out of the pad, and that's about it. So he's gonna make sure that nobody else will be getting it, as we can see that the first bales are starting to build already. Somewhere on the field, we can see Mine Sanity quite far away. Hexa just now starting to harvest, and we can see that there is it Baff who's going to follow? Yeah, Baff is going to be coming to press the bale, but that's going to be quite late bale, unfortunately. But I mean, John, he's still quite far away as well, so this is not going to be one of those greatest first bales, but I think that Mine Sanity still has the advantage, and they are close by, so it could be like 130 or maybe high 120s. That's what I'm expecting from this one, based on what I see currently. But definitely, I think that both teams are quite far away from doing the optimal first bale. There we go. Let's see the swing from Jan. No swing. It's going to be just like reversing it in. So 126. And then we can see also Baff coming there. I think the gap is not going to be that huge because both are quite late. So it's going to be about 50 to 20 points. I think it's going to be just a little bit less than one bale, the gap from these first bales. So it's going to be, 14 points. And it's a decent start for both of the teams. They're not really setting a mark, but they're not really that far behind either. And now what I'm already looking at is the grain collected, and that kind of gives an early idea what kind of a strategy these guys want to play.
Yeah, Agrol needs to play a smoother game this time. They need to make sure that they're not letting My Insanity get that insane bale count. Like, by the 9th minute last time, they were down something like 17 bales. So they need to be pressing bales faster here.
Yeah, what I'm worried, I was watching the chat a little bit, and I noticed that our couple discussions about pancakes, I think we generated some like 3 pages of chat about pancakes.
Yeah.
So that is...
The FSL chat loves food to begin with, but now pancakes have really become a meme in Farming Simulator and the FSL, thanks to Yas and Feldon and so many others. Yeah, we're constantly talking about them. I actually got to have pancakes last week made by my wonderful wife. So, yeah, we like pancakes in this house too from time to time.
What is your favorite topping on pancakes?
I'm a traditional as far as like, you know, the American style buttermilk pancake with some butter on top and some maple syrup.
Okay.
Usually is what I'm going for. If I'm out at a restaurant or something, then that's when I'll get into like some strawberries and whipped cream on top or something like that. When I was in Europe as well, I ate them with like Nutella on top a lot. You know, so
Yeah,
that
it depends.
seems to be a pretty popular thing there.
Yeah, it's definitely a Central European way. In Finland, it's usually like a whipped cream, maybe sometimes like vanilla ice cream, and it's not like strawberries, but it's like a strawberry jam, usually what we want to use
sounds good.
instead. But yeah, and sometimes a bit of sugar as well. The Nutella is, I mean, of course we still have it in Finland, but it's actually not that common in Finland, Nutella. It's a very Central European thing, and the Nordic countries are not using much of a Nutella in anything. It's like something that we want to take abroad, but we don't use it in Finland. But okay, let's focus on the game. Enough about pancakes. I can see. I'll think that otherwise everyone's gonna be hungry and they're not gonna be watching the last game at all. If we're gonna be talking about the pancakes, they just disappear on the fridge.
Where is everyone?
Yeah, I actually have something. I can make pancakes and they will just disappear on the kitchen. But there's a solution for it. If you have a laptop computer, you can actually put it right next to the stove, or maybe you can like install like a television and watch it from there. So a couple of different solutions while you can watch FSL and have your daily dose of pancakes at the same time as well. Okay, so yeah, no bales delivered. We can see my Insanity once again taking the lead on the pressed bales. None of them are delivered. The grain game, my Insanity also getting next to the 60k. So this is actually looking to be about the same pattern as we had on the previous game.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Agrol again. I mean, you've got to be getting some bales press. Like they're running 2 combines right now, and I'm not sure if Baff is even pressing bales yet. Like, where are the bales, guys? Come on, you gotta press bales to win in the Farming Simulator League.
Yeah, they are coming at some stage. I can't tell when, but definitely they will. But yeah, okay, now we can see the first unloading starting. So Hannes, no drops, no multipliers, nothing fancy, just plain grain delivery. And that's going to be, of course, causing something for the multiplier as they will see, put it back on the 2.0. So we also saw Agrol unloading a bit, so they're going to be tied with 2.0. So that's a neutral situation. Both teams actually having almost the same amount of grain still remaining as well as a reserve. And the bales, and suddenly, I mean, we had 7, and now it's 17 for my Insanity suddenly. So they are just very busy. And I'm just wondering, like, where's all the bales for Agrol? Like, they have been harvesting a lot. We can see a lot of grain on the field, so maybe it's going to be time to start pressing something. And now, imagine if there would be a crazy tool coming on an 8-minute drop, and Agrol actually would be going to pick that up. It could change the course of the game.
Just an update from some of the other matches that are taking place off of the broadcast. Maddie, Fermir's Flamboyance has knocked off Astragon 2-1. Seems like it was a very close best of 3, but Fermir's will be moving on, and they will play SGA, Sim Game Alliance, in round 3 tomorrow. Unluckily for Astragon, we saw them beat Truck Hell in the first game on the broadcast today, but they came up just short against Fermir's Flamboyance. One of these days, it would be nice to see Astragon against SGA in an official FSL match, because these two teams have become very close. Early on, when I started doing the English scrims last year, about a year ago, Bauer Matza, who's on Astragon, has been a huge help for the guys at SGA who are now participating. And yeah, for those two teams, another good example of how close-knit this community is. But back to the action now, Maddie, that we're seeing in front of us.
Yeah, silo closed. That's got to be tempting for both of the teams, actually. So let's see. We have seen, by the way, some unloading happening from my Insanity side meanwhile as well. And Agrol topping on 30,000. So if my Insanity is going to go for the silo close, as I think that they will, then Agrol will have a quite difficult situation on their hands. And we can see, yeah, silo close going to be picked for Agrol. And I guess we're going to have the same for my Insanity. Let's see how fast they will go to pick that up. Can Agrol unload before they will go and pick that up? But we haven't seen that happening yet, so let's just wait and see. But still, despite the whole situation, I mean, 100-point gap. But my Insanity with those bales, it is just a huge difference. And now they're utilizing the multiplier. We can see that the also silo close is going to be picked. So there's no way that Agrol can change the multiplier for a while. And exactly this is the moment when my Insanity should be starting to put the bales inside of the barn and getting those points. And when Agrol decides to unload, there's also 50k remaining for my Insanity. So in the end, it should be resulting to a pretty tight multiplier for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's the last thing Agrol needs, is to be behind in the bale count and have the multiplayer disadvantage. I think for Agrol here, it's definitely going to be, a chance to learn some lessons. There's still 6 minutes to go, so anything could happen. Massive mistake or something by my Insanity, or maybe the super drop could switch things around. But for Agrol, it's not that they've played poorly in a sense of seeing a lot of mistakes. They're not crashing their equipment really. Not a lot going on in that sense. Look how slow that belt is going at the moment for my Insanity.
Is it moving at all?
Care.
It is.
Just barely. With Unstoppable in play for Agrol, that's kind of, being a factor as well. But yeah, for Agrol, it's just they've not pressed enough bales, and it's all about how many can you get pressed and how many points per bale are you scoring as well.
Yeah, now Agdol is unloading. The drop has done its work, and now it's going to be time for Agdol to unload something and get the pretty even multiplier. Okay, they're actually leading a little bit with it, but yeah, I think it's going to be just a matter of seconds when my Insanity is going to be starting to unload as well, because the other side has also lost the effect of the drop. So the silo is back open, and they do have about 15k waiting, and that's going to help with the belt speed as well. But the series as a whole, it's a way lot tighter than what he had on the first game. So now, I mean, Agrol is, they're a couple hundred points behind, but they're also, getting the bales. The difference is not that big anymore. And this might be one of those games. Let's see how far it's going to go. But I think it's going to be definitely a tighter series than the first one. And I'm just hoping that there would be, nothing that heartbreaking moments, as we can see that Agrol is doing definitely a good job here. So I don't hope that either of the teams can be making any mistakes. I just hope that they will get the job done, and then we'll see a close battle in the end.
Yeah, the super drop is just about to appear. That can change things depending on what it is. A bottom boost right now for my Insanity would be helpful with how slow their belt was going. They've evened it up now, so it won't be as slow. It's Lord Baylor, in fact, and looks like both teams going for it, and Jan gets to it first for my Insanity, so that's 2 extra bales scored without having to put them into the barn for my Insanity, so that's not good news for Agrol.
Yeah, it's hard. And also, a couple of the bales are not really hitting the belt. They can still put them back, but yeah, they still have to catch up. And it's about 7-8 bales when you take the 20 points, which they need to catch up. And that's a hard amount to catch up, to be honest, especially when you have My Insanity having already like 4 bales on the belt, and they're going to be getting inside. That's going to be 570 points, 590 with the last bale, still 3 minutes to go, so those will definitely go inside. Multiplier is not going to change anymore, so it's going to stay the same. We can see definitely a faster belt for Agrol, but they can't really utilize the faster belt because they don't have the bales. I mean, they still have 11, yes, but yeah, the real advantage from the faster belt would come if they would have a huge amount of bales waiting there to be put on the belt. But let's go. More bales coming in. For My Insanity, we can see there's like a 5, 6, 8. I think there's like a 14 bales when you count the ones inside of the baler as well, waiting right next to the belt. So the most of the bale from My Insanity is already waiting there. And 2.5 minutes, we can see PB not gonna go for a huge jump, maybe a small one. Oh, it's like a tiny jump. I love jumps, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, who doesn't?
Yeah. We haven't seen any mistakes, by the way, with the bridges today. We saw Anton going for that huge leap to deny the combo. But besides that, I want to see somebody like getting stuck to the bridge and hanging like you did on the show match.
Yeah, I mean, give the fans what they want. We want to see someone stuck on the bridge. I mean, that's how you're supposed to play the FSL, right?
Yeah.
Copter?
Could we get we always have these great ideas about new additions. Could we get some kind of spikes which are just coming from the ground, randomly, maybe some flames as well, and somebody could play some heavy metal music right next to it as well, At least in Finland, the farmers are quite often a huge heavy metal fans as well. We have seen the younger generation of farmers, they like heavy metal quite heavily in Finland. Okay, that's a different topic. So these bales from My Insanity's side, that's 6. I mean, nice work. I mean, just getting those so neatly, 6 bales, that's going to be 120 points. That last 7th bale, it's going to be getting already around 900 points, and it's going to be hard for Agrol to come back from this. I hate to say it. It's going to break my heart, it's going to break Agrol's heart, and it's going to break all the fans' heart for Agrol as well, but that is just a fact.
8:43. I mean, by the time these 45 seconds are over, My Insanity should be approaching or over 1,000 points here. That is if they don't have bales continue to fall off the belt as we just saw. But there you go. The score is continuing to rise now. They're putting a few into the bottom because there's so many there. Not enough time to get them all in through the top.
There we go. There's a lot of traffic at least next to the barn, but I mean, when you have a tractor right in front of the first level barn doors, that's not great news. PB, he wants to climb, even though he doesn't have a bale. He just wants to kind of like, stretch a little bit. Oh, there's one actually on the belt. He's gonna push that inside. Almost 1,000 points.
Slightly short of it.
17. Yeah, but we can see Jan. I mean. That is just, I mean, I don't know. Probably all of you guys have seen the Cars movie, and the cars are doing all the animation from Disney Pixar back on the day, and the cars are doing all kind of tricks there. So somehow those tractor tricks remind me from the from those that blue Corvette, the main figure of the series. But anyways, almost getting to 1,000 points. Also, Agro improving their score. I think with 100 and something points, so definitely they are improving, and I'm really
15
hoping.
extra bales though for my insanity, and that is like Agrald not pressing them at the beginning of the round, I think.
Yeah, but what I really want to see is that Agrol, they made a great first showing on the broadcast, and I think that if they can improve the same rate as they did here, I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't see them on the next tournament, proceeding to the next stage as well. I mean, there's definitely a promise is there, and now they will just have to go back to the drawing board and come up with the slight changes.
I think the gameplay was good. It's just they need to alter their strategy a bit. First and foremost, I think like Unstoppable didn't really benefit them as much as maybe they expected it to. But also, you've got to be out there pressing bales. If you are, having 15 less bales on average or so to your opponent, I don't see any way of winning with that kind of a disadvantage. We're gonna have a break in just a moment. We got one more matchup to come. It's Farming Friends against Power Team Esport. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Season 4, Tournament 4, Match 4 of the day about to come up. Farming Friends against Power Team Esport is our next
Mm.
broadcast matchup. First, we're going to see some highlights from the previous one, My Insanity against Agrol. I think that, it's good to see new teams in the game and seeing them on the broadcast for the first time, Maddie, but My Insanity definitely showing there, like, which team was experienced, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the experience, it played a part, and of course, they wanted to improve the gameplay on the second one as well. I said on the first game that they are looking very strong and they hold to it. I'm just wondering if Agdal would have a if they would have been some other team, maybe not as established as My Insanity, how far would they actually have gone? Because My Insanity, of course, they are looking strong in all the fronts, and the results are speaking from it. But yeah, still a great showing from Agrol. But of course, My Insanity, they will proceed for the second day of the tournament once again. And like you said, they are looking to climb on the overall standings as well.
Yeah, I mean, My Insanity will likely be third, or actually, I think they'll stand alone in fourth place. I'm not sure what's gone on elsewhere. Like Lindner and Bednar, Lindner are currently number 3 in the season standings, and I believe, yeah, they were playing today, and then Bednar as well, who were tied for fourth with My Insanity. We're playing Team Charlie off the broadcast, so I'm not sure what's happened in those matches, but for sure a chance for My Insanity to move ahead of Vultra nonetheless, as Vultra were knocked out by Trelleborg today. Um, but yeah, we're going to see some replays here in a moment. My Insanity did have a good showing for Agro. Definitely a learning experience for them. So we'll have one more matchup today. We're going to see these highlights first. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same channels. 10 a.m. Central European Time, 4 a.m. Eastern Time start for tomorrow's quarterfinals. And of course, 7 matchups to bring you tomorrow.
Mm.
So there we saw the first round, of course, was where we saw like the combo points for My Insanity. And just, I think at the end for Aggro, they've got to find a way in the future to press a lot more bales.
Yeah, I think at the early game especially, I mean, at the later stages they were doing the bales, but they were just, counting that they can put the bales at later stages of the game. And that definitely was a problem. They didn't collect much of an early points, and then the grain game from My Insanity was on point. So then it meant trouble definitely for them. So yeah, but My Insanity just doing very well. We see these early battles from the utilities. We can see Hexa losing that one, and we can see Bath having some slight issues on the bridge, but nothing that major, to be honest. So in general, I mean, I'm not going to say that the Agrol made much of a mistakes. They didn't flip the vehicle, something like that. So it was more about just like you said during the break, it's more about the strategy and maybe think about that a little bit. But I'm quite confident that we will see a stronger showing on the upcoming tournaments. But we had the I'm not gonna say like an awkward standoff, but definitely both teams waiting to unload the grain as both teams picked the silo closed. Lord Baylor didn't much help, especially when Jan is gonna pick that up right under the nose of Agrol. And as we can see from the score situation here, there was a moment when there was definitely a quite tight situation going on. Reno almost catching the flames that I'm hoping to see, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, good showing by My Insanity. Getting close to 1,000 points as well is always a good thing. So My Insanity will move on to the quarterfinals tomorrow, and it looks like they're going to be playing the winner of Equal and Lindner. We'll have updates hopefully for all the matches that are taking place off stream at the end of the broadcast for you. We should have the bracket set for tomorrow's broadcast. And yeah, we're just getting started with the FSL this weekend, Maddie. We've got plenty more to come, including this next one now, Power Team Esport against Farming Friends. And have we seen Farming Friends yet this season on the broadcast? I don't
I was
recall
gonna ask
seeing
the same
them.
question. I don't
Yeah.
remember, to be honest. I was just going to say that it seems that we do have another team which we haven't seen this season. We have seen Power Team Esports, definitely, but Farming Friends is a team that I can't recall seeing on any of the tournaments. But yeah, that's going to be fixed in a matter of seconds as the game is just about to
Here we go.
start.
Well, we do
And,
have some familiar names at least in this team, and Lucky Lucker, the guy in the middle there for Farming Friends with the awesome beard and the glasses, looking fly with the arms crossed. I love the arms crossed pose. It's the most popular pose in the Farming Simulator League. These
It
guys
is.
are trying to look as menacing as possible, and I'm here for it. Yeah, we've got Krager, we've got Lucky Lucker, and is that Mtron or is it no? It's Assassin Fox, who is the third member of Farming Friends today, and then of course as well we've got Power Team Esport, one of the teams representing France. And this is a team that we're starting to get used to seeing. They have made it to a quarterfinal this season so far, and they have a chance here if they move on to move further up into the standings.
That is true. I mean, the pose you mentioned, that is the esports pose, as we call it in a multiple other titles as well. It's all the esports, but it's like, I was like, yeah, let's put the hands crossed. We're gonna look so cool, but it's a good pose. And there we go. We have the bands, we have the picks, bottleneck. Not a surprise, to be honest.
Not
And
at all.
what I'm waiting to see here is the under pressure.
You know, and I was singing that in my own head this morning too, because this morning I got on before this. We have our sound check an hour before we go live. For those of you that are watching and don't know how a day goes for us, so an hour before we're actually live, we're in TeamSpeak and Skype together. We're making sure everything's set, but also I knew that there was changes to the patch, so I've got my big sheet of notes in front of me and I was marking down the changes that have happened in this patch, and one of them is lowering the cost of under pressure from 2 to 1. And then I got up to go get coffee, and like just having seen it on the paper and like changing that number down, implanted that song in my head, and I was singing
Yeah.
it to myself.
You can
as I
blame me
got it.
from it.
We're seeing pretty much like we did see Unstoppable from Aggro last round, but we're seeing Bottleneck being used a lot, and we're starting to see these 3 player perks used all the time as well, and Archimedes Plus Plus, Under Pressure, and Runner perks. So if you're newer to the FSL and you don't know what these things do, Under Pressure as a player perk allows the person using it, expect them to be bailing the straw, because it increases the intake amount for the baler so that they can press more bales, to simply put it. Archimedes Plus Plus allows you to empty your grain faster. So this person's probably going to be running a harvester. Maybe they're taking the grain cart to the silo to unload it. And then the runner perk is really good for the beginning of a round. We've seen players use it to get to the pods and grab something that they want and reserve it if they're going for a harvester. It's also really good for players to be able to go and get the drops as well, because it allows you to run significantly faster than other players.
Yeah, the first bale is, I mean, when I look at the placement of Farming Friends currently, they have a guy on the fields, but then the 2 other guys, they're a bit late, to be honest. So I think that the first bale is not going to be working so well for them, because we can see Obelix already disengaging and going. We can see actually Krieger going in as well, so he's actually pretty good. I was thinking that they're not going to be this fast, but yeah, let's see how it's going to go. The toss is going to go inside 138. It's not going to be that much smaller, 135. So just the 3 points. It's the smallest gap we have seen the whole day. So the first bells actually are working for both of the teams for a while. I mean, when Farming Friends, they had a guy on the harvester on the field, but the 2 other members were still quite far away. So I thought that they don't have the time to go and, you know, press the bale in time to get a good score. But I was so wrong about it. So very nice to see that the game is starting with a quite equal first bale. But then we just get back to the basics and
Yeah, I think that was a good moment for both teams. Like you said, the only difference was Farming Friends took the safe approach and Power Team came flying in and was able to get the 3 extra points. But a good start for both. And I'm interested to see how this one plays out now. Farming Friends, a good start to seeing them on the broadcast here.
Yeah, it is definitely. Now we just have to wait and see. Look at the stats. We get an idea what's actually going on with strategies, more or less. Both teams collecting the grain. Power Team Esports pressing bales slowly, but still pressing them. We haven't seen that happening from Farming Friends. And, well, I mean, just time flies. 40 seconds to the first drops. We don't see much of a change with the first drops currently. I think the drops we are getting on the first batch, they are not so effective as the ones, of course, later. But yeah, some slight things might happen from those as well. And we can see a lot of grain going on that trailer for Obelix. So we'll see. We'll see. Definitely Power Team Esports, they're not collecting it for nothing. So they want to do something with it.
Don't forget, guys, there is a giveaway going on. The link is in Twitch chat. It's pinned to the top of YouTube chat. It is for two things. There's a key for the Farming Simulator 19 Ambassador Edition, which is FS19 with all of the DLCs that were released. And then also for Farming Simulator 22, the Kubota Pack DLC. Make sure you click on that Gleam link and enter. You don't have to be in the stream chat when the winner is picked. You will be contacted via the email that you use when you sign up to enter the giveaway on Gleam.
Thank you. But yeah, unloading going on for the both sides. A bit sideways for Krieger, so that's a position we don't see that often. It's usually like the Power Team Esports is actually positioning the whole combination of equipment. But yeah, it's still doing the job, definitely. So no worries about
These
that.
teams right now, Maddie, look like almost a carbon copy of each other. We saw them 3 points apart in the first bale. Both teams were delivering grain at the same time, and then they picked up the speed limit drop almost at the exact same time too. So what's going to happen in these 11 minutes to separate the two?
Yeah.
So far, Power Team has 3 bales, Farming Friends has 0, so that's the only difference I'm seeing at the moment.
Yeah, that is true, definitely. And I guess they're gonna, well, they are collecting some more grain, so the multiplier is gonna stick with 2.0, equal for both sides. Just a little bit faster belt for Farming Friends, but that's a very, very small difference what they currently have on that side. So yeah, and now we can see Power Team Esports getting some more bales in. So that is something which Farming Friends is not currently sticking with. But I mean, Power Team, they don't have that many bales, so it's not really like alarming. It is a difference, but it can be still like catched up, and they haven't been delivering any of those yet. So it is not playing such a huge role at the moment. But we can see a lot of grain on the fields, which they can just make the bales from it. And now we can see Krieger is getting back to business with pressing the bales as well. So suddenly that 4-5 bale gap, it can be closed. It's not going to take that long for Krieger to do it. Of course, unless Power Team is going to be just doing it at the same time and just, getting the advantage of being earlier. But now we can see that there's 2 bales. Suddenly it's going to be 3 bales and so on. So they're definitely closing it down as Power Team is now starting to collect. So they're, I would say, like a couple steps ahead. But it's nothing alarming.
I wanted to mention to people, because of course we want you to stay here and hang out with us, but we also have a clean feed channel that plays on Saturdays still. And I actually took the clean feed last year, and you can rebroadcast it to your own channel. I did this before I was a part of the official broadcast team for the Farming Simulator League. So I know there's a lot of people asking as well, like, is there a broadcast in French or Polish or whatever language they're a natural speaker of? And if you are interested in doing something like this, I highly encourage you to go do so as well, because it is a multinational game and there's multiple languages spoken. You see a French team playing right now, as a matter of fact, in this matchup. So if this is something you'd be interested in, go to that Clean Feed channel on a Saturday, and you can capture that into your streaming software and rebroadcast it on your channel. By all means, give it a go.
Yeah, I love the regional broadcasts, and I mean, I have been privileged to see so many different kind of languages and so many different kind of talents working on esports, and I just love, I mean, you mentioned French people or French team, And I have seen like a French trio casting happening, and that is lovely when you have three guys with a Microsoft, with the microphone, not with a Microsoft, with a microphone, and the language. I mean, I love French language, to be honest. And when they got three guys sit on the sofa, casting three guys at the same time, it's just so lovely when they time things right. And there's definitely art of doing a broadcast on the local languages as well. But but yeah, definitely just go and do it. Who knows? Maybe someday I will do a Finnish broadcast. Who knows?
There you go. That's actually been requested before. So we have seen both teams pick up grain multiplier here. So again, these two teams matching each other pretty much like for like. Similar amount of grain, I believe, too. At least at the barn, it looks like no. Farming Friends has some more sitting in the case, so if he can get this in, there's plenty of time on the multiplier. This could be a good moment for Farming Friends here to get the multiplier advantage back in their favor. Right now, they're disadvantaged. I don't know if it's enough. Give them an advantage or if it's just going to even it up. But we're about to find out. Here we go. They're delivering it now. I think with the multiplier, this might be enough to give them an advantage. There it is now. It's starting to get pretty darn close. So that's a good moment for them.
It is getting close. I mean, both teams have delivered a couple of bales, so the gap is still 3 points. It hasn't moved anywhere, and it's just 6.5 minutes. And we look at the count of bales, it's about the same as well, 11 and 12. So this might be one of those series that's going to go all the way to the last seconds. I would love to see a battle when the stackers are just right next to the belt and, you know, trying to do everything on their powers to get all the bales in and, you know, stuffing the last of driving on the belt. And I just love those moments. So hopefully we'll get some of those today as well. Tomorrow, definitely that's going to be happening. But yeah, let's see Lucky Looker approaching the belt. There's 3 bales. That's going to be 5 next to the belt right now. Power Team Esports at the same time has been stacking a couple of them and also delivering more. So still, I said earlier, maybe 2 steps ahead, maybe they are 1 step ahead now when it comes to stacking. But also Farming Friends, they have a slight advantage, like you said. And
yeah,
I don't know if that's an advantage that's going to close like 70 points. But yeah, if they're very efficient at the end game when it comes to stacking and they can actually get all those 17 bales, they actually have taken the lead on the bales currently. If they can actually get all those in, then, then it might play a role.
6 points difference right now for each bale they're putting into the top. So they're in the lead by 4. They have a 1 extra bale. They're looking good at the moment with 5 minutes to go. Anything can happen, of course. We've got the super drop in about a minute to come. So who knows? Shout out, by the way, to the FSL team behind the scenes, including the one, the only, the awesome Jenny Giants in chat. My colleague Jenny, part of the event team, part of the FSL team, and she's dropped the knowledge that the clean feed now is also run on Sundays this season. So that was something that I wasn't aware of. So definitely lots of opportunity if you want to restream it on your channel in whatever language. You are welcome to do so. That's why the clean feed is there, and you know, we're encouraging people to do this. But also, we want you to hang out with us and talk about pancakes and stuff too. So you know, we don't want everyone to go away.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is not here this weekend, so maybe I'll just leave you here tomorrow completely on your own. I'll do a Finnish broadcast on my channel. I'll include the cameras, and I have a picture of pancakes as well. Okay, maybe not. I'm enjoying your company way too much. 4 minutes to go, and still the situation is very close. Just 1 bale difference, basically. Plus, oh, now it's exactly tied, 382. And now we can see Power Team Esports, they have a multiple bales getting inside. We can see the bale count like going down.
That's helpful.
So they are a lot baler being picked by Power Team Esports as well. That's the 4 minute super drop. So that's going to help a little bit, but the situation is so close. Also, Farming Friends are starting to get the bales on the belt. So yeah, this is looking good. This is almost like you know, I'm ready.
This is probably, at this point at least, it could change in 3.5 minutes, but it seems like this is going to be our closest contest of the entire day so far. These teams are looking like they're pretty evenly matched. Both teams playing a pretty smooth round so far, too. So it could come down to some mistakes here. Maybe some bales starting to drop off the belt in crucial moments, or someone ending up in the water in their tractor. So let's see what happens with 3 minutes to go.
Oh, I mean, I always come up with these crazy ideas about the improving the well, maybe not improving, but let's say changing the gameplay. I'm not gonna say that they're improvements, but now Tony, missile strike, like come on, that is so. Oh, the barn is gone. No bales can be delivered anymore. It is gone. But 2.5 minutes remaining. And look at the amount of bales which Farming Friends are actually. I think they want to try to go for a combo. We can see that they are waiting there on a lower door as well. So what is the plan here? I mean, they have so many bales. This is actually looking pretty good. They're still missing 100 points. So the last minute chaos is just about to start. The belt is pretty slow for Farming Friends. That is something that we have to note because, I mean, if they want to get all those bales in, especially on the second floor, they're going to have to start stacking right now. And that is exactly what they are doing. As we can see, Power Team Esports at the same time just, dancing around the belt. El Papito doing the work. And, steadily getting the bales in. Those are looking a little bit unstable, to be honest, but it just might go in. I mean, you can see this wiggling a little bit. No, it's going to fall.
Goodbye.
And the second one as well. It's not going to go inside, and that would have been 46 points from those bales. And now the time is not really on their side, so they have to get the remaining bales inside. So this is going to be getting all the way to the last seconds. We can see Krieger just leaving from the El Papito. That is a bit unstable as well, but it seems to be settling down, and it's going to go in.
Oh, will the safer route claim a victim? No. Well done by Assassin. Wait, well, hopped out of the tractor for some reason. That's not good. That's going to slow you down by a few seconds. Maybe a slip of the finger there. Yeah, it's interesting. It's now like a 101-point lead for Power Team Esport, kind of out of nowhere. And they have the multiplier disadvantage right now. And Farming Friends has extra bales, but they've only got a minute left now. And, like, they've got 13 bales outstanding. Look at all of the ones that have fallen off the belt. There's, like, 5, 6 on the ground here. This isn't going to be good for them. They need to get as many into the top as possible. This is going to get closer, though. 40 seconds to go. Still too hard to call, Maddie. 688 to 652. Here comes Obelix with a few more bales for Power Team. They need these scored, but there's not enough time to get all three into the top, surely. It's now a 3-point lead for Power TV Sport 25 seconds ago, and now
so
Farming Friends into the lead 20 seconds ago. They're into the lead by 100 all of a sudden. Back and forth now.
I mean, they got a bale-tastic. That's why they're on the lead. They have 10 bales delivered at the same time, and they're going to be all the way on the second floor. That's going to be 46 points. They are leading by 150, and Power Team Esports, they don't have the bales anymore. The game has been lost, and Farming Friends, first time on the broadcast, they will show how the job is done.
Wow, I mean, that's what you want to see out of the FSL. Those final 3 or 4 minutes there, it was back and forth. It was like Power Team are going to win. No, Farming Friends are going to win. No, Power Team are going to win. And then Farming Friends pulled it off in the end. It just kept going back and forth. And you look at it, 3 less bales for Farming Friends, but they did have the multiplier advantage. They used that grain multiplier drop in the 8th minute to perfection. 6,000 roughly extra liters of grain, but they had several thousand liters of grain delivered with the multiplier. And then at the end, being able to get that bale-tastic for 50 combo points as well, and Power Team just too slow to get in. And that was a great matchup. I'm interested to see what happens now in the second of the best of 3. I feel this is the best candidate for the day, Maddie, for a potential third round in the best of 3. These teams are very closely matched.
Yeah, we need to. I mean, when we have the replay, I want to see what actually happened there, because what really surprised me there, that on the last minute, when everybody's like, trying to get the bales in, and the belt is busy, you still get a combo on the last minute. Basically, there should be somebody else, doing something on the other side at the same time. So was there maybe some bale like dropping from the belt, or what was the case? Like, how did they manage to find a gap to put 10 bales in a row on the last minute to get a combo? That is a bit of a question for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Power Team left it late bringing those last few bales in. That was part of it, for sure. And we saw that, tiny bit of time where they just weren't aware that they needed. If they would have got one into the bottom, you're talking about a whole lot closer of a score line. I don't think that it would have changed the outcome, but yeah, anytime you can get combo points, especially in that kind of scenario, not only did Farming Friends get the combo points, but they were getting extra points per every bale too with the multiplier advantage. So a great showing from them for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, new team coming in, winning the game, and it's also like a versus a team that has shown to be able to already proceed on the second day. So I think it's definitely a great start for the series. And like you said, it can definitely be that Power Team Esports is like fighting back, and then we go to the third game of the series, and yeah, definitely a good series that we have going on.
Yeah, great matchup. I'm interested to see what we get out of this one now. Like, look at Power Team Esports. They're like jerseys. Those are cool. I like them. Yeah, I mean, for El Papito and Oblix and Valo, like they have to be wondering, like, how can we clean that up a little bit because they did have a good showing. There was several moments of that round where it looked like they would come out victorious. Both these teams were kind of matching each other like for like throughout most of that first round. So here we go. We're into the ban phase. The John Deere 6120M out. Looks like Power Team will probably get rid of both telehandlers. Indeed, they will. I would imagine then what will Farming Friends go with? Do you ban the Lendner here as well? The other triple stacker? Yes, indeed you do. So both teams here kind of banning the two sets of things that are most popular for stacking bales. So the triple stackers are out, and the telehandlers with their long reach and fast speed are out as well.
I thought that they're gonna ban the missile strike, to be honest, but that is just way too OP.
Wait, Power Team going with Unstoppable here. So switching things up and interesting to see if they can use Unstoppable to their advantage here. Agral, we saw them use it in the previous matchup against My Insanity, and it didn't really seem to be that effective, but it very well could pay off for Power Team Esport here. They're trying to mix it up a bit.
Yeah, this will be. I mean, they know what's at stake here. Well, I could be wrong, but I could easily imagine that when you have a new team which hasn't been really showing on the tournaments before, so I guess Power Team Esports, they have been feeling comfortable, going to the first game of the series. Yeah, we got this. But then they didn't get it, so now they have to find something that they want to shake things up a little bit, that they will show the experience which they have gained on the previous tournaments, and we'll see. The second game will be definitely interesting one, and of course, if it's going to go to the third one, that's going to be even more interesting. So we have one or two really great games still coming. And this is the first one of those, at least, or maybe the only one, depends from the result. But still, I'm very eager to see how this is going to go down. And we said something about the first bales on the previous game, so it was pretty even. There was a chance maybe for a faster first bale as well, but they wanted to take it like very steadily, not to take any huge risks. So I'm just wondering if they want to change something here and kind of get the upper hand straight at the start. But
we're about to find out.
Yep, exactly. Just 30 seconds and we know.
Yeah, I love that first bale is, it's such a clever bit of the Farming Simulator League, because this first moment of the game is like the first moment where you feel like, okay, the game's just starting out, but this is already one of the most crucial moments of the entire 15-minute rounds within the first minute.
It's looking good.
And Obelix is going to get a decent score here. It's probably going to be in the 130 range, all said and done. Krieger is lagging behind by a few seconds here. 139, 140, in fact, just in time to stick with 140. Krieger now is going to be closer to 130 or so. See what Krieger's going to take the safe approach as well. So going to be a bigger gap than the 3 points in the first round.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely almost one bale. So Power Team Esports this time, they will swing it and be successful. It's actually a pretty good first bale. Like, is it even like we had a 143 at one of the series earlier, so it's not the highest bale of today. But still, a very good start for the game, of course. They are showing,
Right.
where they are standing, and now we just have to wait and see. On the previous game, we saw that you said that they were like a carbon copy of each other's at the start of the game. So we'll see if that's the case. I mean, quite similar start because the Power Team Esports, once again, they have those 3 bales, which they had at the start of the previous game, and then they have about the same amount of grain as well. So they have a slight advantage at the start. But yeah, we saw in the previous game how it started to even out later.
Yeah, I think the difference here is that Obelix came back from delivering the first bale and was able to go ahead and press a few before grabbing the grain cart, whereas Krieger came straight out and grabbed the grain cart and started helping his teammate out. Look at this teamwork with Valo driving in reverse, El Palpito going forward, and Obelix continuing to drive along, and this is going to be a full Porsche Titan here headed to the silo to deliver some grain and increase that multiplier already for Power Team Esports.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. 10 seconds, and then we have the first drops. We'll see if there's going to be anything special coming out of those. But yeah, just the hard grind at the fields is going to continue. And we can see that the whole grain counter, it is about equal for both sides. So both are doing a lot of work, which is raised. Direct delivery, so no any major changes. Maybe the Witches Rage would be something, but I don't think that during the next 2 minutes, whoever's going to be picking it up, there's a lot of situations where teams are actually delivering the bale, so the impact is actually quite small from it. But now we can see the unloading coming from Power Team Esports and also from Farming Freds a little bit later, and they should be ending up with a pretty equal multiplier. And here we can see also the sideways unloading from Krieger, which we also mentioned during the last game.
Yeah, I love seeing those little moments of like things that you see differently. The teamwork we saw by Power Team, and then Farming Friends with the unorthodox unloading. It's always fun to see moments like that in the FSL because, yeah, it seems like a simple concept. Harvest grain, press bales, deliver both to score your points and increase the amount you're getting. But there's so many other little things that take place during a round that set teams apart, and teamwork's definitely one of them. And finding a way to do things differently than your opponent to set yourselves apart is always important too.
Well, the bale situation, it seems to be the same. I mean, Power Team Esports, they made those 3 bales at the start. Also on the last game, I think they managed to go all the way to 5 or 6 before Farming Friends started to press the bales. So I think that the Farming Friends, they seem to be sticking with a quite similar strategy which they had on the last game. And I don't see that much of a differences for the Power Team Esports either. So maybe they think that, yeah, let's do the same, but let's do it better. So this seems to be another very tight series. Of course, we have to still wait for some minutes until we'll see that it's going to be like how it's going to be collapsing. But yeah, definitely all the signs are there that this is going to be one of those similar kind of endings, that it's going to go all the way to the last seconds and the last bales of the pack.
Yeah, I mean, Farming Friends' strategy of waiting, worked out for them. We saw the last matchup, Agral and Mind Sanity, and Agral was behind like 15 bales or so early on in those rounds. But being only like 7 behind right now, Farming Friends were able to bounce back from that. Last time around, the nice running stop there, jumping out and leaving the Combine in a good position by Lucky Lucker. And yeah, it's now 5 bales to 2. Power Team is going to go ahead and start scoring some while they still have an even multiplier. So this could be a good moment for them to just go ahead and get some of these scored and make sure they're giving themselves a bit of a cushion for later in the round.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen at the 8-minute mark, depending from the drops, and you might lose the multiplier. So when you have a situation, there's no harm done putting the bales right now in, because you still get a 2.0, but you have to put them in. You cannot drop them from the belt like that, and you have to go and put it back again. But still, that's 20 points missed at this stage, but it's going to be still available for later use. But yeah, it's good to have some points coming at this stage, and now they are also like unloading the grain. So Power Team Esports, they have used all the grain. They have the multiplier. They have a slow belt though, but if they can now put couple of the bales in, that could give them a nice early lead, to be honest. And we can see Lucky Luker go in there as well. Probably want to make sure that there's not going to be combo happening for Power Team Esports, though it's just 5 bales which they have delivered, but they're going to denied, of course, with these 2 bales. But they will get a quite small amount of points from those bales. It's only a 1.4, 1 point something for them. So they're going to lose 10 points with those bales.
Bale multiplier and speed up, those are good ones. I think like Bale multiplier at this point, if you're ready to deliver bales, is going to be the one you want. In fact, that's what Velo is going to go for. Farming friends are still delivering grain here, and they're going to end up with a slight advantage from the look of it. Just the tiniest advantage. 2.1, there might be enough grain there for 2.2, but I'm not sure if that was in that combine that's there. Their farming friends has now just picked up bale multiplier, and they have a 1.6 bale multiplier where Power Team has a 1.5, and now they do have a 2.1 advantage as well.
Yeah, there's a couple bales going inside.
Their belt is kind of slow, but they should have enough time to score all of these with the bale multiplier. This is going to close that gap a bit. But yeah, 34 points per bale, it looks like, at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that those 2 bales on the belt, they're going to go inside as well with the multiplier still. So that should be even more points coming for them. Meanwhile, Power Team Esports going to be going all the way above 400, so they are also working at the same time. So it's not just farming friends using the multiplier. We can see also Power Team Esports having it. So they are having just a slightly smaller 1.5 multiplier, but still they have some time. That's going to be, I think, the last bell that's going to go in with the multiplier from their side. Farming friends, they still have the time to utilize it, and that's why Lucky Luker is moving there ASAP, getting those 2 bales inside. It's not going to close the gap completely, 15 seconds, so yeah, just
is that enough time?
Yeah, the belt is really slow. I think the first bale, it's going to be hard. I don't think it's going to make it, to be honest.
It's not going to make it. Too slow.
Too slow, unfortunately. But even Farming Friends, they have 4 bales on the belt now. They still have 11, so they have a slight advantage on the count of bales. So yeah, 5.5. El Papito making a mistake. 1 bale dropping down, and that's the second bale already dropping from the belt. So that's the second mistake in a way. But yeah, seems to be, I don't know, Power Team Esports, I think the gap is good. So I'm not going to say that it's going to be a close call anymore at the end. I think Power Team Esports, they definitely have the upper hand currently. So it can still be a very close battle at the end, but I think there needs to something needs to happen during the next 3 minutes that Farming Friends is going to, get some more points, that if we want to have that close ending.
It looks like I have some updates from elsewhere, matches taking place off the broadcast. I already told you all earlier that Vermeer's Flamboyance beat Astragon in round 2. Astragon won the first round 741 to 598, and then Vermeer's won 674 to 493 and 715 to 692. So tomorrow, Vermeer's Flamboyance will take on Sim Game Alliance. We saw My Insanity move on in our last broadcast matchup against Agrol. They will play Lindner, who beat Equal 883 to 758 and 910 to 706. Cortiva has moved on as well, beating Rolnicki Zapolski in 2 straight games. I think those were by forfeit, actually. They will play Trelleborg tomorrow in the quarterfinals. That's a huge matchup. And then looks like we're still waiting for the results of Bednar and Team Charlie. Not sure who won there. And then, of course, we've got this one to solve still, as well as Multiplier Switch is our 4th minute super drop.
Yeah, but it's only 15 seconds. It's so hard to use that, to be honest. It's just
they turned around
seconds.
And left it. In fact, they were like, "What's the point?"
Yeah, and it's just 2.1 versus 19. So the whole advantage of it is it's just way too small to go for it. So they're not going to waste their time. But meanwhile, Farming Friends has been busy. This is exactly what I was hoping for, to be honest, because they are now on 500 points, so the gap has closed a little bit. The belt is still way too slow, and we don't see that changing at all during the last minutes of the game. So how well they can actually use it. Power Team Esports, they have 13 bales, so they definitely kind of like maybe have a slight advantage because of the faster belt and having 100 more points. But the Farming Friends, I mean, get those bales on the belt, and then we'll see what's going to happen, because there's going to be a time when somebody's going to be running out of bales, and that's a third. Oh, he's lucky with the no, it's going to fall down in the end for a while. I mean, you can see all those 3 bales. They are the ones which have dropped from the belt. So that is 3. Well, I'll be honest, they're mistakes. And that last bale, I mean, the first one is a little bit off, but I think it's going to go in. But the second bale, I think, is a little bit more off. But yeah, I think it should be fine.
The smallest margin sometimes. Nice move there by Lucky Lucker to get that one further up the belt to start with. The thing that could make the difference here is that when it gets down to that final minute, the belt is so much faster for Power Team Esport that they have more time to get bales into the top of the barn. This is the point of the last round, though, where it started to go back and forth, and like one team was in the lead, and then a few seconds later, the other team was. Let's see how this one ends up playing out. But right now, Power Team Esport has the bale advantage. They have a 80-point lead or so. 150 to go. So much still can change.
Yeah, unless Farming Friends can somehow pull off a combo, which doesn't seem very likely, to be honest, because they don't have that many bales. So it is hard. I mean, that's what they did on the last game. In the end, they managed to get the combo, but I don't think it's going to be doable this time. But the point difference is 100 points, so we'll see. 1.5 minutes to go. Power Team Esports 9 bales, so we can see 3 here. I think there's there's 1 next to the barn door, and then there's 4 coming on that next combination from the safer route. So they have a time to put all these in for sure, and the question is, will there be more? And if they put all of these in, it's going to be at 950 points at least, almost 1,000 to be honest. So it's going to be very hard for the Farming Friends with that belt speed to anyhow counterfeit. So we just might be seeing the 3rd game of the series for the first time today, by the way, as well.
This could be a great moment for the season, because we're about to see Unstoppable win a round again. We've just gotten so used to seeing Bottleneck, and it looks like Power Team went with Bottleneck in the first round, and then they lost, and they went kind of back to the drawing board and switched things up a little bit. They did a little bit of disruption, throwing their opponent's Farming Friends for a loop, and they've used Unstoppable pretty well to their advantage here.
Yeah, I think they had an idea that it's trying to go for a combo. So they're trying to get all it's going to be, well, I mean, nice try, definitely. In the end, they managed to climb there, but now everybody's going to be running out of bales, so nothing's going to be happening, and we can see that Power Team Esports, they managed to win with that 100-point gap. So I think when we had 5 minutes remaining, it was about 150 points, so definitely Farming Friends were closing, but in the end, they didn't close enough.
Yeah, these teams are really evenly matched. 43 total bales to 38. That really was, 5 extra bales right there. That's the difference for sure. That's the 100 points. So it just came down to, early on we talked about it. Power Team had already pressed 5 or 6 by the time Farming Friends even pressed any. So that ended up paying off for them, getting those extra ones pressed early and making sure they got all of them delivered, more importantly, as well. So yeah, we have our first 3rd game of the best of 3s today. All the others ended in 2 straight games, and saving the best closest matchup for last here today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the first time for today, but definitely enjoying that we don't just get 2 zeros all the time. And I mean, Farming Friends, I said it at the start of the game as well, the Power Team Esports, they got to be feeling that they need to change something, they need to win it, let's do the same, let's do it better. And I think the 3rd game is definitely, I mean, there's no way of knowing who's going to win it, because both teams have shown that they have what it takes. and both games were pretty tied as well. So it hasn't been like either of the teams has been dominating in either of the matches. So the third game is going to be definitely a quite hard bargain for
Yeah, I mean, and
for either of the teams.
this is a huge third game. I mean, the stakes are going to the quarterfinals tomorrow. For Power Team Esport, that would mean a minimum another 30 circuit points. They have 30 so far this season. They've made it to the quarterfinals once previously. That would be able to, help them climb the board a bit and leave some of those teams they're tied with in eighth place behind. And for Farming Friends, it would mean getting on to the circuit point board for the first time. That would be our 15th team that is, on the board. So it would be a huge moment for them as well. The winner of this, it's confirmed now. Looks like Bednar has won off stream elsewhere against Team Charlie, 978 to 795, 969 to 810 in 2 straight games. Bednar beats Team Charlie. So Team Charlie coming into this weekend, one of those teams tied for 8th place as well at the bottom of the standings. They won't get any more points. But yeah, the winner of this plays Bednar, who coming into the weekend was 4th tomorrow in the quarterfinals. So a lot at stake here. Some prize money, some circuit points as well. So it's a huge moment for both of these teams, Maddie.
It is. And I was also watching the results from the other matches. So we can see also Lindner, they are proceeding for tomorrow. So when we think about the overall standings of the current season, so we do have Lindner, we have Mind Sanity actually facing off tomorrow. They are so close on the points as well. So there's going to be like the whole top 5. It's going to be, a lot of things happening there tomorrow. But let's focus on this game first, as we have the third game of the series. And I think we already said it, but it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to expect now because, I mean, now what do Farming Friends do? Because they won the first round when the teams were matching each other pretty much like for like across the board. And then Power Team threw them for a loop, I think, by going with Unstoppable last time. So now does Farming Friends proceed the same way and just try to press more bales early on? I think that could be helpful for them. But yeah, we're going to see some telehandlers in play this round too, it looks like, as Farming Friends have decided to ban the Vulture T234, which is an interesting one because you don't see that tractor used a lot. And then the Massey 7726 is out. So the telehandlers are in play, everyone that's watching, and that excites me because I love seeing the telehandlers used in the FSL. They go 70 kilometers per hour. They have the long reach, so you can toss them straight into the top of the barn if you do it right. So yeah, this is a huge moment. Power Team sticking with Unstoppable. That doesn't surprise me. Stick with what won you the round, right? Everything else looks pretty similar so far. Let's see if the player picks are switched up at all.
Maybe, just maybe, somebody has been practicing the Trelleborg toss. Maybe we'll see that coming. I mean, we haven't seen that coming from any of the other teams so far, and I would love to see that somebody else would be showing the skills in the same manner as the Borg has been doing so far. But yeah, definitely we can see some differences here. So we can see the New Holland. The runner for Lucky Luker.
I like seeing the JCB Fast Track picked. I love these tractors in regular Farming Simulator. You hardly ever see them used in the FSL. I think part of that maybe is like they're not like a fast advantage like you would think they would be from the base game, where they're like the fastest standard tractor you can get. They go 60 kilometers per hour. So do a few other of the tractors. But yeah, good to see some different things being used here. Only El Papito went with the telehandler, though.
Yeah.
From the look of it. What did Lucky Lucker pick? They're on foot. They both have hopped out. Look at this. He's using the telehandler. They both did that, I believe, as well. Like they again are matching each other like for like, and it looks like Farming Friends wins the battle for the New Holland Combine.
Close. So close.
I have never seen that before. That was awesome to see.
Yeah,
One
great
of those
battle.
other things that like players have figured out in practice, and now we're getting to see it on the broadcast.
Well, once again, it's going to be the battle from the first bale. We can see a replay, and that is I mean, just the guy is jumping. I guess like a Super Mario, to be honest. But yeah, he's definitely getting there. But now we also have the battle going for the first bale. We can see Power Team Esports there on the fields. We can see Krieger. He's going to be a... Well, I mean, I have been wrong so many times, but somehow it seems that he's a little bit late. Also, Obelix is actually quite far away from the bridges. So I think we are seeing something like a 130 first bales maybe coming in. Depends how they will they toss or will they reverse or what's going to be the way. And we can see Krieger going. We're already past 14 minutes, so we can see Farming Friends actually having a slight advantage. Obelix going to follow. He's going to take the safer route from the stone bridge, and Krieger is not going to toss it though, so it's going to be just, you know, making sure that he will get the point, and that's going to be 122, actually quite low, but it's going to be still more than Obelix, and that's going to be, I don't know, 116 maybe? Okay, 15. So that is close. But yeah, still Farming Friends, they will get the early slight advantage, which they didn't get on the previous game. And now I want to see Farming Friends getting some bales, you know, before Power Team Esports. That would be definitely a showing that they're doing something differently on this game.
Yeah, they need to make sure they do that. Krieger now needs to go out and try to press a few before he grabs the grain cart, in my opinion, because Assassin Fox and Lucky Lucker will be ready to empty their combine soon. And yeah, in fact, he's had to go grab it again because they're getting full. So no chance here to press any bales. And Krieger is likely going to just head straight away and deliver this grain as well. And one bale now has been pressed for Power Team Esport. So already they are starting their bale advantage here.
Explain me one thing, because I mean, you know the game better than me. I'm just a caster. Okay, I do play the game a little bit as well, but still there's one thing that I have been wondering, especially on this series. When we see Power Team Esports, they are getting those early bales. Okay, now just one, but on the previous games like 3, 4, 5 before Farming Friends, and they're still tied with the grain more or less.
Right.
So what goes differently for Farming Friends, like what they should do differently? Because it seems that the Power Team Esports is getting the grain and the bales at the same time, and Farming Friends, they're just getting the grain at the start. And okay, now there's a difference of 8k, but for example, on the last series, they were completely tied on the grain. So is there something that they should do differently, place your people differently, or what explains that the other team can make bales at the same time as they make the same amount of grain as the other team?
I think it's just being faster, and also like I'm pretty sure that Power Team Esports has the New Holland baler compared to the Case baler, and it does have a slightly faster work speed too. So it's really just about speed and execution. I think what Power Team has done this round is they were able to deliver that first bale and then go out and quickly press a bale before grabbing the grain cart. So you know, it's all about taking every advantage you can. You don't really want players to sit around idly by, not doing anything. Or like now Obelix is having to sit here, for example, and that's just time wasted. You got to be careful of those moments that you're not spending time like trying to find something to do. You need to make sure you're spending time always doing something.
Yeah, it's just like in a normal farm. If you're just like goofing around, not doing anything, you're not doing a job.
Bad moment here for Farming Friends because they have gone over 2.4 with Unstoppable in play for their opponent, which means they have shut off their own belt. They do have a telehandler available to them, so they can still get bales into the top of the barn, but as of now, they will not be able to use their conveyor belt to score bales, and so Power Team is just going to leave that grain that they have at the silo at the moment untouched, and they can afford to do that. They're only going to score 14 points per bale into the top, but without Farming Friends being able to use their belt, it's going to be hard for them to score more than 10 points per bale right now.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. 3 bales for Power Team Esports as well. So Farming Friends, they haven't yet started pressing the bales, or the signs we were hoping to see. They are not there, unfortunately.
Krieger is grabbing it now and is going to go start pressing some. But yeah, Obelix is, already ready to bring a few in at this point.
Yeah, having 3 on the baler, getting I think 2 at the front. That's the second one, easy peasy. Gets it there, and now we can see Lucky Luker just dropping the harvester right next to the silo. Gonna run back to the fields, and that is, I mean, I just always love when I see these farmers running so fast. It almost feels that he has like stolen something, you know, just getting fast away. Like, oh.
I'm interested, like, if I were Power Team Esport here, I would be dumping my grain on the ground at this point and just keep creating straw. Did Obelix mean to not be pressing bales there? Because he was just driving over the path where the straw was, and he looks like he's headed to the barn to deliver them. But that was interesting. But yeah, I don't know if I'm like, why are farming friends wasting this time right now to put grain into their cart? They can't deliver anymore. Like, they're gonna have to use the telehandler to score these bales and take advantage of this multiplier. Otherwise, the multiplier is pointless for them at the moment. And if I'm Power Team, I don't deliver any to help them out either.
Yeah. I mean, the belt is so fast for the Power Team as well. They are getting the bales next to it, and I mean, they can definitely just, you know, grind the points all the time. So if they will just keep making the bales and delivering them at any time, doesn't have to wait till the end of a game, they should have a pretty good situation. Bridge is lowered, and Crazy Tool. Yeah, I mean, this is the first time, by the way, when we see the Crazy Tool for today.
More grain being delivered now by farming friends. I don't understand this because they're behind on bales again. They're behind in the score, and they are going to have to use the telehandler to score these multiplied points. Like, every bale is going to have to be put into the top by El Papito using the telehandler. Sorry, that's the wrong team. For farming friends,
Oops.
they don't even have their telehandler down at the barn yet. They left it up at the starting area.
But they were still like, if I saw correctly, Lucky Looker was actually trying to put the bales on the belt as it's not moving. So maybe they, okay, I don't know. We'll just have to follow the situation and see how it comes out. But yeah, definitely some kind of a confusion going on the farming friends side of things. It's not reflecting on the point situation currently. And there we can see, yeah, the replay that he's going to try to put them on the belt. Oh, and he's
I'm wondering if he was
as well.
I bet he was trying to drive the tractor
yeah.
all the way up and score them that way, because I mean they can score them that way with the tractor, sure, but as you can see, it's not easy. Power Team Esport now are delivering grain, and they're gonna stop it though, so they're gonna now get 15 points per bale. But they didn't go any further, because any further and then farming friends could use their belt again. So Power Team are playing this smartly. It seems a weird thing to want the multiplier against you, but when you have Unstoppable in play, anything over 2.4 for your opponent is going to stop their belt, and that's exactly what's going on here. And for farming friends, it's odd to say with only like 51 points being the difference, but 6 minutes to go, and they're looking in a bad way, because they're gonna have to find creative ways to get their bales into the top of the barn.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that El Papito is using the telehandler. I mean, he doesn't need it, and he's still using it. And then on the farming friends side, who could actually use the telehandler to shove the bales on the second floor, they are not using it. So,
well, now look, and they're wasting
situation.
more time here, farming friends, delivering more grain. You're gonna, if you get the bales into the top somehow, you're gonna score them. But is it worth it? Because all you're doing is speeding up Power Team's belt, and you're causing yourself like more problems, and you're wasting time that you could just be pressing bales.
Yeah,
I mean, pressing more bales and putting them into the bottom right now would serve farming friends better, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, it's just 1.1 multiplier for Power Team Esports, so they can just put it on the first floor here. It's about the same amount of points, so they can't use the upper belt. So in a way, they will take the advantage off from the Power Team Esports at the same time that they can use it, but they're not going to be gaining much from it. So, and the gap is 50 points. So in a way, it is maybe not what you're expecting. But in a way, I can see some kind of idea behind that, definitely. So now it's just all about the speed and the momentum.
Oh, Pepito.
And Papito, yeah, dropping one of those bales. Gonna be getting almost stuck, but he's gonna be getting away from it. So now, I mean, yeah, I think it's gonna go all the way till the last seconds. And this is, I mean, yeah, Papito can put it on the belt. That's 1 point more. So instead of like using the time to get that one extra point, do you think that it's worth to actually start stacking them there instead of just doing
with
it?
how fast their belt is, I think it's worth the extra point. I mean, if their belt was slower, then yeah, I would argue that it's not worth it.
Yeah,
it is only 1 point, but
he's it. No,
oh, that was. Wait, what happened there?
It
looked like he ran past it, didn't he? And the power team ends up getting it, so another error for Farming Friends there. Too fast for his own good and overrunning the area where the super drop was.
Yeah, I think he jumped a bit too late away from the tractor, and that's why he missed it. But anyway, so it was definitely. I mean, it was looking that Farming Friends gonna get it, but that wasn't the case. But meanwhile, we can see the bale situation. So 10 bales for Farming Friends, 15 for Power Team Esports. So in a way, Power Team Esports, they are leading and they have the advantage on the bales. They have the belt, couple extra points when they put 2 on the belt as well. It's not undoable for Farming Friends, but something needs to change here. They need to get more speed. They need to start stacking, maybe try to get a combo or something. But of course, it's going to be complicated because both teams, they can score the bales so fast.
They did have a telehandler, right? Or no? I guess they didn't because they have their 3 tractors. They're in them now. So they could have benefited from having a telehandler, though, in this round at this point, because they're going to have a hard time scoring. If they could start scoring bales into the top right now, Maddie, they would win this round. But they have no way of doing it, really.
I'm just wondering, like, if they, I mean, just those 2 bales at the front, they could be almost 60 points, and they would need like 2 deliveries of the double bales on the second floor. That would change the whole situation. They would actually go to the lead if they would be doing the same work at the first floor. But yeah, let's just wait and see. 4 bales delivered out of 10 for combo. They do have more available, but the timing is not just working out. I mean, they almost have the right amount of bales, and now it's going to be Power Team Esports getting a 1 in, so the combo's going to be denied. Quicker unloading it, so now it's just doing everything as fast as they can. Papito, yeah, nice work. I mean, he did miss a bale or 2 at some stage, but that's not a huge deal. But I mean, still, when you look at the overall situation, Farming Friends, the belt is not working first time on the broadcast. They are still not that far away, so I think they're still doing a great job here.
Yeah, the bale count is even, though, which doesn't look good for them with 1:20 to go. I think that, like, this is going to be one of those, like, rounds where it's going to be low scoring, but it's almost like real, action sports, like football or basketball or something like that, where like a defensive performance is going to end up being the difference. I feel like that's how Power Team has played here. It's been a little bit of like mistakes from Farming Friends. But yeah, it's just as soon as they delivered too much grain and shut their own belt down, they put themselves into a spot of trouble here.
Yeah, combo could change the whole situation, but it's going to be so hard to get in this situation. And yeah, let's see. But yeah, I don't think it's going to happen, definitely, because we can see Power Team Esports getting 2 bales inside. So Farming Friends, they don't even have the bales for the combo anymore. It's going to be 100-point difference. And slowly but steadily, both teams are just showing it in. So I think in the end, it's going to be like a 60-70-point difference at least. I think there's a chance to close that slightly from Farming Friends side of things, but yeah, just 10 seconds to go. And we can see Obelix just waiting that if there would be some kind of a combo coming in, they would be ready to deny that. So it's not going to happen. We can see a Power Team Esports just claiming the victory from the last game of the series as well. Farming Friends, unfortunate situation with the belt, and maybe a bit unfortunate with the grain as well. But still, I mean, the gap could have been bigger. So in a way, I think it was a defensive victory
Yeah, I
in a
think
way.
that, I mean, Farming Friends, if you look at the bail count, 31 to 38. But the bail, the multiplier advantage rather that Farming Friends had, they could have won that if they had a telehandler, especially. They would have been fine, I think, because they would have been scoring a lot more points. But I almost wonder if they don't know how Unstoppable is working in season 4, because we saw the first round that Farming Friends won. Both teams went with Bottleneck, and then Power
Mm.
Team came back and instead chose Unstoppable, and it worked well in the second round. It worked even better in the third round because Farming Friends didn't realize that you can't go over 2.4 for your multiplier or you're shutting your own belt down. And as soon as they did that, all Power Team had to do was make sure that belt stayed shut down and not provide them any opportunity otherwise. If they had a telehandler, maybe they could have pulled off the win there because they would have been able to put the bales like directly into the top. Even if you don't do the toss, you can go like nearer to the barn and reach the top of the barn and score those points. And then we probably are talking about a different team moving on. But those are the kinds of lessons that you have to learn. And I think that Farming Friends will take that one to heart and go back and make sure that they're not doing something similar again in the future. So that kind of pretty much settles up the broadcast for today. We're gonna have some highlights, I believe, of this previous matchup, but we're pretty good to go as far as our matchups. For the quarterfinals, we'll have the bracket shown here in a bit, I would assume, but we're going to have Firmer's Flamboyance against Sim Game Alliance. That's second place team against the eighth place team. My Insanity versus Lindner. Those two teams right behind each other in the standings. Lindner third, My Insanity fourth. Cortiva against Trelleborg, first place against eighth place. And then Bednar against Power Team Esport, another team tied for fourth against another team tied for eighth. So a lot at stake tomorrow in the quarterfinals as well, Copter.
Yeah, I think that the matches for tomorrow, definitely the first 4 they're going to be all a very good series, and of course the the following ones as well from the semifinals and the grand final, of course. So it's going to be definitely great farming simulator esports coming out tomorrow as well. We're going to be starting at the same time as we did today, so that's going to be about 10 o'clock Central European time. Make sure to join, and now you can see the replays, and we can see if there's anything that's going to be caught our eye, like El Papito.
Those teams, a few people hitting the starting barrier before it was open at the beginning of the first round. Here we see Valo picking up the super drop. And yeah, this one was exciting. This first of the three was like back and forth, super close. And it was kind of a showing that it was going to be a closely fought contest between the two. But then Power Team just, I think, showed their experience in the final two rounds and pulled themselves, further away.
Yeah, I would like to see the combo, but that's already done at this stage. But it is what it is. It was done. So I'm still wondering how they did manage to find the gap to do the combo on the last minute. But it happened.
Right.
That's the Obelix's toss. We can see. That's a wide load on the street if you face one of those.
Here's Power Team scoring some bales with Bale Multiplier in the second round. And yeah, they definitely played really strong in the second round and then capitalized on the mistake of Farming Friends in the third round as well. So we're going to be back tomorrow for the quarterfinals and beyond. We've got 7 matchups to finish off the weekend tomorrow. Season 4, tournament number 4 this weekend. Myself, Kermit, aka Kerminator, with Maddie, aka Cast by Copter, virtual farmer on holiday somewhere with his family. Hope he's having a nice time. He'll be back, I would assume, next month with us.
Yeah, I want to see some holiday pictures. Waiting to see when Alex is going to be updating his Twitter with some of the pictures from the caravan. I want to see that happening. But so it's going to be just a few
going
of us.
for the spill there. that was in that third round, and he was trying to see if he could drive up the belt. If he had been able to figure that out, like, they could have won and moved on. But they just they put themselves into a bad position, and then they missed Lord Baylor as well. If they had got that, that would have been 3 of them scored. That would have been helpful too, but for them, unfortunately, it just ended up backfiring against them, and Power Team Esports is moving on. So we're gonna have the bracket in a moment. We already mentioned what the matchups are gonna be, but you'll get to see that on screen here in a moment. We're coming to the end of the broadcast now. Maddie, what are your thoughts after today?
I mean, definitely a nice start for the fourth tournament of the season. I think of course we had a 2-0s 3 in a row at the start, but still I think we had a pretty good farming simulator coming out, and of course the last series was really summing it up when we went to the last game of the series as well. I'm still wondering about that Lucky Luker's attempt to climb on that belt, and I was doing some calculations on my head, and so if he would have had like 2 bales at front. So he would have needed to go 3 times and repeat that, and then they would have won it. So I don't know if they would have the time to do it, to be honest. But yeah, still, that was definitely a possibility.
Here comes the bracket. Don't forget there is a giveaway for FS19 Ambassador Edition and Kubota Pack. You go enter that. So Fermir's Flamboyance against Sim Game Alliance, a French team against an American team, My Insanity versus Lendner, Cortiva versus Trelleborg, Bednar versus Power Team Esport. Those numbers to the left of each team are their current circuit points. So for the first matchup, there's a massive gap, 170 to 30, and then Trelleborg 270 against Cortiva's 30. If Cortiva can somehow knock out Trelleborg, that'll be a huge moment for sure. But we're going to have some good matchups tomorrow. Lots of good teams. I'm interested to see, we get the Sim Game Alliance fans in chat all the time. They've only got to see them on that broadcast one time, which was last month, and we're going to see them again. Of course, Trelleborg are the favorites, naturally. But yeah, the broadcast is about to come to an end. We will be back with you guys tomorrow, same time, same channels, 10 a.m. Central European Time, 4 a.m. Eastern Time. And Maddie, it should be a good day tomorrow.
Yeah, it will be a great day, definitely. So just looking forward to those games. Remember to be here on time. As I
Bring
think
the pancakes.
all the games are great. Yeah, remember the pancakes as always.
And these guys you're seeing on screen, the Red Cat and Homer, they'll be back tomorrow for the German broadcast. If you do speak German, make sure you go to our German channel on Twitch, which is Giant Software DE. So just add DE and on to the end of this channel, and you'll find the German channel. And but for now, that's it for us today. 10 a.m. Central European Time tomorrow. Myself and Copter will be back. See you then.
Yeah, see you then.